decoration.
Give us what we came for, lady. Get back in that house by yourself and go experience some scary shit. right, meow.
Right.
Actually, let me put up a camera before she does that.
That has spoken. Spooky out.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh my god, he's right behind you.
My god. Yeah, he...
Oh, no, you got me too.
Wait. The bow?
Mhm. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Just once yet. Well, I haven't even been near my computer in like days. Ooh, not me jumping right down in front of her. No, ma'am, it was a mistake. No, I didn't mean it. I didn't realize you were there. No. Ooh, ow, frickin' hell. What was that? Shit, no, this is wrong way. Wrong way.
Stay downstairs.
I know, wrong
Honestly.
way. Wrong way. Oh,
There.
Oh,
oh shit. No, no, don't put that. No, no,
Oh my
no.
God. Wow, Mom made a valid point. He does kind of look like Jeremy Sisto.
Fucking
An older
Christ.
Jeremy Sisto.
My God.
Oh no, I left him. Crap.
Shit. I was too busy singing a song. Ready? Watch this. Down. I mean, sideways. And then up. And then down. Fudge. Okay.
Listen, he's not on the team. Did you have it? Was no way there?
That bitch scared me. I was in the basement.
No, 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 no. I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
Oh my god.
Oh, I deep hit.
Hold on, let me. Oh, no, go over here.
Oh, she's coming.
Gabriel Ultra Kill. Okay. They are PC.
Oh, hi.
Hi. You know, I heard the chase music, so I was like, I'm gonna just
Yeah, why
punch
not?
this corner for a little bit.
Aretha's got it.
Oh, not the light bar. Let's go. Look at this esports Flashlight over here, paddle slam with the flashlight to the face. Let's get it. She ain't gonna do that twice though.
I did it 2 times now, so I'm like, oh, she's gonna kill me.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's
And
Spider-Man
party hat.
challenge.
Oh, you can't do it. That's right.
I got 15
Get
seconds.
away, Aretha!
Listen, I am running to kill her. Wait.
To us.
Sorry, I'm running. I'm injured.
My fucking god!
How is the Reaper not down yet? That scream. I love it.
Love you, mean it. Oh my god.
Ooh, it's
Oh my
he's
God.
starting to
Oh my god. No, 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 no. Flashlight. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Are you in the building?
No. In the building. Did you all see that? I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Gonna get it. I'm gonna get it.
I wanna lock you within a string.
Oh fuck, that's right.
And BT, oh my god.
Right
Okay.
behind you.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Oh. Jump through the window for
Go.
life.
Oh shit. I go, run, you bro time, run, 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 run. Run, 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 run.
Yes.
Tasha, these are just pros, okay? You just saw a master at work.
Alright, that building across the street, that's Takamoto's.
I got it, I got it.
Alright, this is Crazy People's stuff.
Although I realized my mic is muted so you didn't hear what I said. Hi Togi, Yasha, thank you so much for redeeming your daily golden ticket. Hi Yi, how are you?
Do that again.
Not on that bike, I won't.
Sorry, I was just... Wait, is it massaging the ears calms people down?
Just
hello. How are we today? Hold on. Let's see. Wait, Zach. I'm like, what did I do? Hello? Wait, can I not do this? Okay, hold on. Y'all, I have to fix my camera again. I'm like, what did I do? No, 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 no. Okay, hold on. I'm like, yeah, that's right. Right? There we go. There we go. I think we got it. Why's my face so red? Much better. Highly spunky. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Oh, Jesus. My face is so big. There we go. Much better? Hello, hello, hello. Oh, this light. I didn't mean to have this light so low. I think the lights are off. Right? Highly Spunky, how are you? I'm going to be doing a co-stream with one of my Indigenous Alliance fellow members. Wait, hold on. I could... This light is supposed to be blue. Sometimes I turn it up really loud when I'm like... When I want like... Let's see... I put all my apps into like folders so that they're organized so I can find them afterwards, and then I'm like, where's that one folder? Oh, here it is. Found it. Found it. Here we go. Am I supposed to be this red? Is my face really this red? I do have this on. Yeah. Is it much better? There we go. Okay, I'm just gonna check in with my teammate to see if they would like to do a shared chat. Oh my god. What is with my cameras today? You know what it is? It's because I just recently reset my camera. There we go. Much better? Much better. Ooh, 10th anniversary collector set pre-orders. I'm sorry, what is this? It's just a book? Oh, login reward. Thank you. Much appreciated.
This isn't good.
I have all my stuff. Almost. Kinda. Sorta. Sorta. Anyways, hi everyone. Welcome in. How are we? How are we today? How are you doing? I'm just gonna... I don't think I can hear them. I don't think I can hear anyone. Tired? Same, to be honest. I was taking a nap earlier today. But I mean, great news is I was supposed to do an appointment with my dad tomorrow with the bank, and my dad has an appointment now with his doctor, and so we had to cancel the bank one because we'd rather him go see the doctor because he was having some issues, and he went to go. We took him to a foot specialist to get his toenails trimmed and stuff, and he kind of prescribed him some medications and stuff, and so then we were like, okay, cool. I'm gonna run this by his family doctor first. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. So anyways, so basically that's what we did, and so because of that, he prescribed him this medication and to put on his feet for his neuropathy, and we decided we're gonna talk to his family doctor first just to run by and make sure this is okay. Plus he needs it rubbed on his feet, and he can't reach his feet at this moment, so that'd be up to my brother to do that. So if this is something, well, at most they want him to do it 3 times a day, if not 2 times a day. So again, that'd be up to my brother unless we get a home care nurse to come in and do it for him. So that's what we're gonna talk to the doctor about first. Hi, yeah. Hold on, someone's asking me a question now. Here, let me say I'm going live first. Oh. Anyone have any big plans for the week other than a holiday dinner with your families? Or not? Maybe that's not. I was gonna do something. What was it? Do 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 do. Hello, hello, hello.
Hey.
Hey. I wanted to know, do you want to do stream together and share our chat, or
Yeah. I don't really know how this like string together really works. So
okay? It's quite easy. I can show you.
okay.
Okay. Let's see. I'll set it up and then I'll send you an invite. Invite a guest. Oh, I can't spell to save my life, so I always have to.
I know my name's like really long.
I'm like, I think this is it. Okay, so I sent you an invite. You know where you, so if you open up your Twitch window,
Mhm.
and there's the notifications box, if you click on that, in there, it should show up saying that you got an invite to stream together.
Okay, I see.
Yay, there you are. Okay. So what I normally do is I mute everything in there because I just don't use any of the things, and then I can start the thing.
Okay, now I see.
There. So now our streams are together. Oops, I didn't even plug in my controller. Ah!
Oh wow, it even works on Streamlabs.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I would have had to go to my browser the whole time.
Yeah, because it runs it like right through like Twitch. So then yeah, it just shows up whatever streaming service you have, and it also shows up in there.
Wow, this is pretty cool. Are you excited for Christmas?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I really like the breaks.
Oh.
Yeah, I feel like it just gives you like a good like reason to like not do anything, you know?
Right. And plus there's like I'm really like I'm happy about the food.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's always like a major feast.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just shocked that literally Christmas is in like 2 days.
Oh my goodness, right? It always feels like the years just go by faster and faster every time.
No, literally. Like I didn't really like believe it when I was like young and adults would say like time flies by.
Mm-hmm.
But literally when you're older, it just like rushes past you. Oh, it's the unknown.
Oh, they ran over to that corner. Oh. What is your favorite food to eat at like during Christmas?
I really love sides like mashed potatoes and gravy, and like all the casseroles.
Mm-hmm.
And you?
Yeah, and I'm basically like my favorite thing to do is like make like a mixed, like put it in a bowl. So I'll like put like mashed potatoes and then like stuffing and then like pour gravy over it, or like turkey, and then pour gravy over it. And then and then put like cranberry sauce on top, like all in a bowl. Like it's all mixed. Almost like layering it on a bowl. Yeah. No. Ah. Okay. All right. All right, folks. What do we think?
Did he leave like a body here? Bless.
No, no. I mean, I think there might have been one near the tractor. Oh.
Yeah, I didn't see that someone else saved you.
Oh. Ooh, they're wearing the party dress. Oh, shoot. Ah, shoot.
What? Get off! It's not looking good.
Go for the unhook.
Okay. It is me. Thank you.
You're a lifesaver.
Okay. Ooh, we only have 2 gens left. Oh no.
No, no, no!
Shack pallets down. No! No, I did. My
Shoot, that is your last hook.
I was gonna head on, but it just like got there when they got there too. Darn it! It's okay. It's the first match. It's a connection test. Oh my goodness.
How to get rid of his like purple thing?
I thought it was something about you're supposed to look at them, and it's supposed to eventually go away. I thought that was it. But I think it's supposed to like dissipate over time.
Because I've had that for like a really long time.
Even like after being hooked and stuff? Interesting.
Oh. I think I need to work on my Nightbot.
On your Nightbot.
Yeah, because it says that it deleted your message.
Oh, I don't know if it deleted mine. Oh, yeah. You know what it is? It's because mine is posting a link. So because it's saying that, but I thought it's not supposed to do that.
I need to see.
Thank you for the follow. Yeah, because it was basically just the posting like, hey, here's the Alliance's link tree.
This isn't good.
Oh, GG's from the unknown. I never play him and wanted to try it.
I mean, like the first time playing him, or
Yeah.
like yeah.
I mean, he did pretty good. Yeah, for the first time.
I mean, did you oh yeah, you did get hooked at the end. So I think it was a 2K. I didn't really, or was it a 4K?
Yeah, because I thought, yeah, I think it was 4K. It's pretty good.
Yeah, so like never playing him, that's pretty good.
Do do do. Guess I can close that one. Who is your favorite character to play on DBD?
I don't think I have a favorite one. I think I have like a top 3.
Okay.
So it would have to be Meg, Claudette, or Feng Min. I would say those are my like top 3. But do you main anyone?
Not really. I mean, yeah, I have a hard time picking a favorite as well. Like, I I have a couple favorites, but I will say, like, I don't know if I main anyone specifically. But my like, so I'm doing this thing right now where I'm trying to get all of my survivors to by minimum prestige 10. So yes, so right now I'm on Laura. That's why I'm playing her. But yeah, I know, like, I like Dwight. I like Jane. I like Claudette. I like Feng Min. I also like my goodness. It's funny because I can't even remember her name.
I know there's so many survivors that sometimes it's hard to remember all
Right?
of like the names.
Is it Nia? Nia?
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. I like Nia. I really like Nia because I think she has like the most like I like her outfits. Like I like her outfits a lot. So a lot of times I just like characters based on like whatever their outfits are. Ooh, they had lethal.
I know.
Oh, and I like Tanita.
Oh, Thalita?
Thalita, yeah.
So do you have every survivor like available?
Yeah.
Wow.
And everyone currently is like prestige to like by minimum to 5 so far.
And is that going like all the way to 100 or?
Yeah, so eventually like is to get everyone to 100. But I'm kind of like slowly like leveling them all up at the same time. But Dwight is probably the first. It's between Dwight and Jane who are probably the furthest along. Like I think Jane is 22 and I think Dwight is like either 25 or like 30.
And is it the same for like killers? Do you have all the killers too?
I have a lot of the killers. Ooh. Yeah, I have there's only one killer I didn't get. I didn't get the is it Springtrap? The one from that movie? Five Nights at Freddy's? Yeah, that's the only DLC that I don't own. Just because I don't want to support the series. I'm really conflicted about it because I have all... So, in Steam, you can adapt your killers and your survivors. And for the longest time, I had every killer and survivor adapted.
What does that mean to adapt?
So basically, you have to complete certain things. So a killer made it a lot easier. Basically, you have to get a 4K. Using only the 3 perks of that killer.
Really?
Yeah, so... Yeah.
You did that for all the killers?
Yes. And I also... And for survivors, same thing. You have to... you have to play the survivor... only using their 3 perks. And you have to escape. So you have to, yeah, you can only play the 3 perks that come with that survivor, and then you have to escape, and then you adapt that survivor.
That must have taken a long time.
To be honest, okay, so I'm not a big fan of like slugging and, you know, I will say there were a couple of killers that were really hard. I was trying really hard and it just seemed like it was never gonna happen. So finally I was like, I felt so bad about it, but I was like, I need to do this. And at the end, I'm like, I'm sorry, I needed to adapt, and I was never gonna get it. And they were understandable. They're like, well, did you get it? I'm like, yes, and I'll never play this character again. I think Bubba was one of them. I was like, I don't, like, he was so hard. Ow.
Wait, no!
It's because I had calorophobia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're gonna come. They're gonna come here. Oh.
I'll be kind of sad when this map leaves.
Right?
But at least I bought Michael and Lori. So I won't be missing like everything.
I had to go to the to the store and get just one of the outfits from Lori, because I think I had majority of them except one.
You're building a DVD like collection.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how long they'll have the Springtrap, like the FNAF DLC available.
I don't know. That's a good question, because like they don't really take them away like right away. It really is depending on like how long they have the license for, right?
Yeah.
Because they took away Stranger Things too. At one point. And we also lost the DLC for that, so I mean there's always an opportunity for it to come back. I think I was reading that really they're taking it away more so because they're working on their own game.
Oh, like I forget the franchise name. Is it
Halloween? Yeah, Halloween.
Yeah.
We're at Ador.
Bollocks!
I was trying to have a snowball fight with the killer and they just, I guess, weren't having it. Great.
Hard to know if they'll be chill or if they're like locked into the game.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Oh, they had Lightborn. Yeah, Lethal, Chlorophobia, and Iron Grasp. All right.
Did any one of us bring? Oh yeah. I was like, I wonder why they brought Lightborn. But I think one of the other people brought one.
They had a. Yeah, they had a flashlight. Okay. I keep trying to use Last Stand, but I'm not really great with it. Okay.
Which one is that one?
It's the one where if you jump through a window, you stun the killer.
Oh. Have you gotten like a lot of value out of it?
I haven't even gotten it to work once. That's why I was like, I keep bringing it because I think, oh, it's gonna work this time, and then it doesn't work. So.
Lights. Like whenever I bring one, I never am able to use it.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Is that Leon? He's bringing a key.
Not good. Definitely not.
All right.
Is this the only like winter map in the game, or?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's another one.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
Oh,
Cause it'd be kind of cool if oh, it's Michael.
Ooh.
But yeah, I was near. Would have been cool if like during winter they do like the more winter maps, especially on Bone Chill.
Like have all the maps just have like more snow on them in general.
Oh, he has bamboozled.
Okay. Where are you all running by? Oh, over there? Okay. I guess they're running around the main house. Main building.
What gen are you on?
the one kind of in the middle.
Like
Next
main
to the
building?
yeah, main building. But we're not in the main building though, like outside.
Oh.
In between the little hut and the killer shack.
Like near the tractor or like the opposite? Oh wait, by the killer shack?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right here.
Oh, but you're literally just
Just not. Okay, let's see. Oh, they're on a hill. Oh. Oh, they're going to the main building? Oh!
I did not even see him. Yeah, I saw him going through middle building.
It's probably gonna go to the finished Shen.
Yeah, I'm sure one of the other people are gonna get me.
Well, I see someone running
yeah,
towards you.
Beyonce.
Mm-hmm. Oh shit. No! How dare you? Oh, he's fast. Ah. Wow, he was just zipping and zooming. When he kicks gens, though, he exposes people.
Oh. Like, is that a perk or just his,
I think it's a perk.
Bloody hell!
I think he got a buff. I think because he was pretty slow before, so I think he can get like bloodlust almost.
And I think he, they like inundate with his mind.
Mm-hmm.
But I could be wrong.
Yeah, they can. Cause yeah, sometimes it's like I don't know how he reached me from there, but yeah, no, that is definitely a thing. He went into main building. Oh. Oh no!
At least the gens are done.
Yeah, because I think two of you were working on that one gen that you were like both almost done. No, that was your death hook. Oh no, they're on Leon.
Might just make it.
No, they're still on Leon. Oh shit. Okay. I got the slowest heal ever. Here. Oh shit. He sees me. Ah!
Oh, he's on a Leon.
No, Leon, no. Leon. You're not even injured. Take a hit. Oh shit.
I think
Oh no. 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 Ah. Oh, they did, yeah. When evil incarnate, you activate undetectable for 20 seconds. Hairbrush when incarnate activates the next pallet break is faster. Oh no, nowhere to hide. Fire up. Scourge pain and bam.
Oh, that's the one that exposes people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I know when they kicked the generator, I have distortion on, and my distortion went off, and I was like, oh, they revealed me. Alrighty then.
Oh, what part is distortion?
Distortion is the one that basically hides you, so any aura revealing perks, basically they don't see you. But they changed it a little bit, so when you start off, you only start off with 1 token, and the more you do things, the more you gain more tokens. And each time you're exposed, it takes a token. Yeah, so one of mine went off when they kicked the generator. That's why I was like, oh, they have something that when they kick the gen, it exposes us. I always ask people, but if you could have any survivor or killer in the game, who would it be?
Like if I could have like
Like if they release a new DLC and they bring in any survivor or killer in the game, who would it be?
Oh. Dang, that's a good one, but also a tough one. I mean, right now, currently, I'm really into Minecraft. So maybe like a Minecraft collab, like Steve, as like a survivor.
Okay.
I mean, if you know Minecraft.
I haven't played Minecraft a lot, so I didn't know there were actual characters in them.
I mean, he's not really a character. He's kind of like if you don't put on a skin, like it's the default skin.
Okay.
And so there's Steve and Alex. And I guess the killer could be like Herobrine.
Okay.
But do you have one? Oh, it's the ghoul.
Oh shit. I just dropped that. Well, it's funny because I used to pick killers all the time, and like the killer that I always wanted in the game for like the longest time was Xenomorph, and then Xenomorph came in, so I'm like, okay, so after Xenomorph, I'm like, okay, so we have Xenomorph. I think Chucky would be a good one. And then Chucky came in, and then I was like, oh shoot. Like, I guess
You're like,
right? To be honest, I think the next DLC that I think should come in the game is from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Like, I don't know. I feel like if like Buffy from Buffy the Vampire Slayer was in here, like, yeah, I think that'd be cool. Especially since they're doing a reboot too of the show. Oh, okay. Well, okay.
yeah, I think all the gens on this side are covered. Oh yeah, just uncovered.
What are they doing? No, sorry.
I'm gonna see if I can pick one of them up. Oh, I think they have barbecue.
Hmm.
Oh, but they also have Scourge Hulk.
Okay. Wait, Frogs is already on second? Interesting. I'm like, I thought they only got hooked once.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe they got hooked in like the beginning, but
Hey, whoa!
Oh, ran into a rock. Oh, shoot. There's gotta be some bones around here somewhere. Wait, did they move this map around? Why did I think this is where the killer shack would be?
it's on the side where where I just went down.
I'm just realizing now that we were on the side with the main house. When we finished that gen, I'm like, wait, I thought that was the killer shack. Darn it.
I know they're like both similar sizes.
Mm-hmm. Is anyone near you?
Yeah, there is, but I don't know if they're gonna come get me.
Ooh. I'm coming. It might be a trade, but I'm coming. Oh, no, they found him. Oh.
Yeah.
I think I must have thrown my pebble
Almost
at them.
go behind this-
They haven't been really been going...
Oh, yeah.
they haven't really been going to that other side that often. Which can be a trick, though, because then they can technically 3-gen us if we don't get at least 1 gen done on this side.
Yeah. Because I have deja vu and they're all 3 on this side.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Julian.
Knows that one specific gen is almost done.
Did they kick it?
I wasn't able to see, but I'm heading over there right now.
Okay.
So. Oh no, they didn't.
Okay, they're running near Killer Shack with the killer. Or with Astro Taco Cat.
They must love tacos.
Mm-hmm.
The killer is the ghoul.
Also, hi, Ben. Oh, are they in the Killer Shack? Okay.
Oh, they got put in basement.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm like, please don't tell me they're gonna take you to the basement.
Oh, I think they are. Oh, wait, no.
Oh. So they have to be able to make it to the basement first. Why'd you run this way? I literally ran through the window so they could get out the door, and they ran by me to the window. I'm like, wait, no.
But I always ask everyone, doesn't this map look super, like, green?
Yes! Oh my goodness, yes! Like, it is so green now.
I'm like, it's very, like, swampy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, shit. It's funny because they finally went over there. They were like, I need to kill 2 people before I realize there's another side of this map. Okay. Okay.
Hopefully Hatch is like Killer Shack.
Okay. I hear it, I hear it, I hear it, I hear it, I hear it. Ah.
Wait, did you find Hatch?
Yeah. and I used my map and it had a like a beam of light.
See, I always thought maps were kind of useless. But maybe I do need to bring a map.
Not all the time. Hey. Jada. Is that their name? Jada?
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's funny because it kind of mimics they're like their real name, like Jada.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Where am I?
So I kind of tend to, I always tell people, like, if you all come in as, like, let's say everyone came in as Ada, right? And then they're like, you tunneled me. I was like, I was going after an Ada. So that's on you.
I mean, unless like they bring different cosmetics, but sometimes people literally match.
Or like they're all wearing similar, like same thing, like they're all wearing like blonde hair and something, and I'm like, y'all look the same to me. Like, I'm sorry, everyone. I don't know which one I hooked. Like, I saw movement and I hooked them. Actually, you know what?
Whoa, my game is like glitched. The bottom is like gone.
Here, I'll be Christmas dwell. Wait, do I even have any? No, I don't even have any.
And I'm on console, so they can't cuss me out anyway. Right.
Oops. There. I'm Christmas to wealth. I got my little jingle bells on and everything. Woo.
Right, that is true. She sent a photo and everything of this man literally telling her that because she was missing skill checks due to like connection issues. And so he basically was telling her to like get off DVD if she's so bad at skill checks. And it was so funny seeing that like in a DM through PS4.
I when people get that mad at the game, I'm like, this isn't a competition. You don't have money on the game. Relax.
And you can always like log off. Like it's never that
Yeah.
big of a deal.
shit. Ah!
Springtrap.
Yes. Oh, shoot. No, no, move, move, move.
I didn't even see any of his doors. But do you like Christmas music, Erika?
Christmas music? Yeah. Like the, like, old school, like...
Yeah, just like anything, like, do you listen to it to get into the mood, for Christmas?
Yes and no. You know how, like... you know how, like, so... I mean, I still listen to the radio, you know? And so here it's like, as soon as, like, Christmas season is around, they just play Christmas music all the time. So... yes. So I do hear it a lot. But I will say, I love Christmas movies. And I like the Hallmark Christmas movies too. Yeah, like, I don't know. I just...
I feel like... I don't know if it's a Hallmark movie, but maybe... Have you seen Holiday in Handcuffs?
No.
Oh, I was thinking it was a Hallmark movie, but maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, they just went through a door. I don't know. Where... like, what's it about and where can you see it?
I'm sorry, I'm in a chaser now, but I'm trying to remember what it was on. But thank you for the follow also. I'm trying to remember. I know it's like a TV movie type deal.
Mm-hmm.
But it's about this girl who like gets dumped on Christmas, and she has this like crazy idea to like kidnap this man.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
But it's still kind of cute.
I mean, that's some commitment to, you know, kidnap someone to be like, you're gonna be with me if you like it or not. Like, I mean, like, do they have to hide in a basement and rub lotion on their skin too? Like, I don't know. Right? Like, it's just very, like, okay.
But yeah, it's a really cute movie. Even though it's kind of like, it does play into Stockholm.
Hmm.
But what's your favorite Hallmark movie?
Ooh. Hmm. What is the one? It's like... Actually, there was one... Okay, so I don't know if it's like Hallmark specifically, but like Netflix also seems to be doing them a lot recently. But it's like, there was a new one that came out that was like from Cher from Clueless, isn't it? The actress. And it's called Holiday Xmas or something. Yeah, I think that one was pretty cute.
I haven't seen it, but I've seen so many like clips on TikTok about it.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks so funny and like a good movie.
But my favorite holiday movie ever, well, actually, I've got two. Okay, one of them is The Holiday.
Oh, yeah.
where they like switch homes and they're like, oh, like we gotta. And then the other one that I love is, oh my goodness. Not the
I can
holiday.
never hear him when he's coming.
I think when he comes out of the door, he's silent for a short period of time. So you gotta listen for the door. Yeah, you won't hear him because he's silent when he comes out of the door for like 20 seconds or something like that.
Oh my god, 20.
It's like it feels like a long time to me. Like I don't know. What is that other one? Oh my goodness. It has like Queen Latifah in it. And she gets misdiagnosed. Yeah, The Last Holiday. Oh my god, I love The Last Holiday.
That is a good one.
I could just watch it over and over and over again.
For me, the one that I can watch over and over has to be the How the Grinch Stole Christmas with Jim Carrey.
Mm-hmm.
Cause I literally one year watched it like every single day, like during November and December.
Oh. I mean, that's a good one. It has like a good soundtrack too, right? Oh my god.
Holiday Handcuffs is an ABC Family movie.
I'm assuming it's supposed to be a funny movie.
Yeah.
Technically. Because... Oh, Jesus. Ow. You're always throwing stuff at me. Ah! Run away! No, run away! Run away! Ooh, ah! Damn it! They got me. Oh, shoot.
Yeah, Sarita is the divine.
Yeah! Oh, shit. Let's go. Let's run out of here. I love Dwight! Dwight is one of my favorites.
This outfit is so cute.
Right?
Oh, I didn't know you could hear the jingles.
Yeah, the little balls. So...
Oh yeah, Dwight is Jada's favorite survivor. I mean, not her favorite survivor, like her favorite like her favorite man survivor, I guess.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Dwight is also my favorite. I think one of my favorite outfits that he wears is he has like a vest on that has like little pins on them. And it reminds me of the movie Office Space where they were like, oh, you need like 15 pieces of flair. Oh no! Someone got pulled up to something.
Dang, and that was their death hug.
No! Okay, if I can just find some bones. Got this. We can come back. We can crack this. Oh shit! No, no! Ah, being murdered. Somebody's getting a lump of coal. I think I missed the whole roar thing. Brutal strength, overcharge, eruption, and fire up. Ooh, they brought scream pie. Wrong one. There we go. Would you rather no soda or no more ice cream?
That's a good one, Jada. In all honesty, I would say no more ice cream because I don't really eat ice cream that much. But every now and then I do get a good amount of soda, so. But yeah, that would be my answer. I don't know about Rita though.
Okay. So, I love ice cream. And I'm lactose intolerant. But I love ice cream. So, it's like, I don't know if I could never have ice cream. I don't know. Like, I mean, I really shouldn't have ice cream. So normally I get like ice cream made from like almond milk or like oat milk, but like if I need to, I'll still eat the ice cream. It's fine. I just like,
Wow,
I know I
didn't
can
know
have so
that
much.
there's ice cream like that.
Yeah, so I'll get like alternative ice cream, which is like just way better. Because yeah, it's lactose is in dairy, so but I also
But
drink
that's
a
also
lot.
sad.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that's a sad question because it totally gets rid of root beer floats, and I love root beer floats.
Yeah, that would be a really hard one. Ooh, hold on. Is it she? No. Oh no, no. Yeah. Is this like forever? Like forever? Like forever ever? Like it's like gone from the face of the earth and would never like
I think it's more like a lock on you. Like other people have it around you, and like you wouldn't be able to have ice cream if your family went out to like Dairy Queen.
See, and then I'm thinking like, but I'm alive and ice cream still exists, so that's impossible. You know, where it's like, like, what are these circumstances? Listen, I'm an ADHD overthinker.
Because if all my family like ordered soda at like a restaurant and I couldn't have a soda, I would feel like so down in the dumps. Like Dr. Pepper is literally like my drink of choice. So if no more Dr. P, then I don't know.
I guess if we're like going in the thing of like, I have self-control and I'm not going to do it just because I'm not allowed. I guess I would give up soda than I would give up ice cream.
But But yeah, me and my friend group, including Jada,
Mm-hmm.
we just love asking these like, would you rather or like, what if
Mhm.
questions. It's like a good way to pass. Oh, it's Ghostface. It's a good way to pass the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like in between matches and everything.
Yeah, I think that's basically it for me. Like, I don't have ice cream all the time, but I definitely drink a lot of soda more than I should. And I should probably give it up at one point, but I'm trying to cut down. That's the best you're gonna get from me. But I am trying to drink more water though, so.
Was he flirting? I couldn't tell if he was like, what he was doing. Oh yeah, I think this Ghostface is friendly.
Oh. Are we making friends? You're telling us to do the jet?
I don't know, Jada. I just think maybe it's harder to animate for killers than survivors.
Oh. Ran out of snowballs. Oops. Okay. And so
I wonder if I'll get any points from the match.
where you worked on A-Gen, right? Where are you near?
I'm near the door by main building.
Okay. You get extra points if you leave the match in a snowman.
Oh, okay. Where's the are you at the other door?
Nope, I'm going towards the door that you were at. See, I'm in the snowman right here. See? Hi.
Oh, okay. I was just saying because Nia kept throwing snowballs at me.
Hmm. They have left. I'm leaving. Yay! I mean, it was a nice match. It was very, I don't know what happened. Like, I feel like they could have, like, at least hooked us, got more points, something.
Right, I was thinking that it would be like a farming game, but I guess not.
Hmm. Oh, look at that. Look how many points you got.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, because technically they were chasing you a lot during the match too, though. So, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know it wasn't ready.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, I don't know why clipping is so difficult on on mobile.
Hmm.
But also I hate like the vertical clipping. Like I know it helps some people, but I feel like it's very glitchy for me. Have you tried vertical clipping, Aretha?
No, because I think anytime I've clipped, it's like clip the clip and then you can edit it afterwards. But I've also never done it on a phone before.
Yeah, for me I was saying like it automatically goes to vertical for some reason.
Oops, forgot my items. Do do do. Oh my goodness. If anyone is a member of the Alliance and wants to join us, you're more than welcome to. We have 2 open spots. And we are in the voice chat of the Alliance in our Discord. Oh. Oh, it's a ghosty in a Santa outfit.
Wow, double ghosty.
I think they're going towards the gen that's yellow.
Oh, I don't see a yellow gem.
Oh.
Maybe it's because one of them are my deja vu gens.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I'm on the gen in main house.
Okay. I'm on
I
a...
don't know, y'all. I love being in a snowman.
Oh, Talita got pulled off the gen that was yellow.
Right, so is the TH like a T sound? Talita?
Talita? I think it is, isn't it? Like Talita?
Oh.
Oh.
I've always said it like Thalita.
Ah. I think it's like a Ah! Jesus. Why are you over here? No. 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 No.
I'm catching, I see the snowball fight.
Ah! Oh, shoot. I froze the thing.
That's the worst when you accidentally freeze the upright palette.
Wait, are we having a snowball fight? Come on. Come on, Bramps. Let's go. Let's go. I ran out of snowballs. Oh, they left me.
Do any of the killers also have a Santa suit besides Ghosty?
I don't know.
Or maybe a survivor.
Oh, I ran out. Wait, did you finish the gen in the house?
I wanted to see where the killer was.
I think they're heading towards the killer shack now.
Oh, but yeah, the one in the house is done. The one that was almost done is next to it, by the door.
Okay.
But the killer is near it, and oh wait, no, they just got out of their snowman.
They've just been running around. I don't know if they've done anything specifically.
This is like the most fun killers I've ever had while playing DBD.
Grr, ark. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Where are you? Get back here. Where'd you go? Seriously, though, where'd you go? Are you hiding in the corner? Are you hiding in this corner? Nope. Don't even know where you went.
Literally, Jada, the Wraith's body is so it's so skinny.
Well, the store's not even open.
I think they opened the other door.
Well, they were over here. Why didn't they do this? Wait, where was the other door? You broke my snowman. I need my snowman. What is with all these maps?
Oh, I didn't craft the snowman.
Ooh!
Nice ghost faces, nature's healing.
Right? They're like, I'm trying to make it onto Santa's nice list, so I gotta be nice.
Does it do this like skidding thing like every time you leave in the snowman?
Yeah, because basically, like when you're in the snowman, because for you to fit in there, they have to like smush your body down a little bit to fit in the snowman.
Oh my God.
And so that's how you're like in the snowman. So when it bursts like that, you kind of get stuck kneeling down.
Oh my God, that sounds kind of like FNAF.
Right? I mean, so they brought I'm All Ears, Thrilling Tremors, Discordance, and Lethal Pusher. So why did they... I mean, I'm not complaining. It seems like they brought perks to play. So maybe it was like, okay, I'm going to test to see if they're nice. And if they're nice, then we'll be nice. But if they are not nice and don't start throwing snowballs with me, then they're going down.
I feel like before it used to be the other way around, but now the killers are testing the waters.
Mm-hmm.
And I think sometimes it like glitches and you're sliding like that, like in the match. But it never happened to me though. I've only like seen it on TikTok.
Let's see. Mistletoe! There we go. So other than DVD, what are other games that you like to play?
It would have to be Minecraft, Fortnite, and oh. Oh, and this one game is called like Naraka. I don't know if you've heard of it.
No, you said Naraka?
It's Naraka Blade Point.
Okay.
It's like Fortnite, but like martial arts.
Okay.
Yeah. I would feel like those are the 3 other games that I really play. But oh, I'm sorry, but what about you?
It's okay. So I do play a lot of Marvel Rivals. Oh, it's a Michael Myers. I do play Fortnite sometimes. Oh. I'm guessing not a friendly Michael Myers? Wait, were they chasing me? Oh, they're over here. Ah. Oh, Jesus. Oh.
You should have taken a hit.
I don't even know where they came from. Like, they just showed out of nowhere. I heard, okay, so I heard their, like, I heard their music that told me that they were near, but then I didn't hear them afterwards. Oh, and they're chasing you now? But like,
he's on someone.
Oh, he's coming back to Hook, and he's definitely a come back to Hooker person. I'm on the oh, sorry.
Did he sneak up on you?
Yeah. Oh, damn it, Michael! Put a bell on. Jeez. Oh no, my auntie's going. Hold on.
this route. I can hear him, but I don't see him.
Okay. Ugh, my poor heart. Oh, when he scared me, I'm still like, my heart's just like, oh my god. I'm so nervous. I hate when they scare me like that. I only look young, but I'm old. Nope. Get away. Get away. Get away. I'm gonna die.
Wait, where are y'all?
I'm running away. He's behind me.
Oh wait, I'm dead bug too.
Oh no.
Help, R.I.P.
Okay, we only need one more gen. I mean, it was about time one of them at least got down. Get away from me. What are you harassing me for? Ah! I got Tombstone. Wow. A part of me is like, do I even want to watch these people? Oh. Oh, they can't even be tombstoned yet. That's why.
Damn, the kid has a really long name.
Right? Oh, wow. You just want to have one of those perks that, like, when they kick things at it, they go faster. Ugh. Oh, he's dead. Oh.
Tombstone like everyone?
I think so, but I think you have to have like your 2 hooks.
Because I think I was 2 hooks. But,
Yeah.
Oh, is it because you have to be like injured and like up?
Good question.
Because he like instant downed me with his power.
Maybe that's the question. Like, does he have to be in his power or not in his power?
Mm-hmm.
That was so weird. Ooh, that's what I wanted to check. All right, so have you been doing your quests for the chill event? Create decoy
Yes,
snowman by
we only
hitting
have
this.
one more, one more survivor one.
Complete 9 trials. Destroy decoy snowman 3 times. The snow skull or killer action. Okay. But I thought I did get rid of some of those ones. Okay. Create decoy snowman by exiting an existing snowman 3 times. Okay. Hook 20 survivors on winter hooks. Okay, I'll probably have to work on that one eventually. Eventually. I mean, I got my daily still.
GG Crimson, and no worries.
Rosary, y'all did make no problem. GG's. To be honest, he was so scary. Like he kept like he was so silent and he kept like yanking me off things or like coming around corners and I just screamed and I was like, my heart. See, something flowers. Did I have anything else? Let's see. Is it very cold where you are? Like, do you get a lot of snow for Christmas?
Not really. Cause I live in the southwest of the US, so sometimes it snows, but sometimes it doesn't. But I'm sure Canada gets a lot of snow.
Yeah. Well, we're the like where I live is the most northern urban city. And yeah, like right now it's like minus 26, but that's degrees Celsius. I think it's like minus 19 Fahrenheit or something like that.
Really?
Yeah. It's really cold right now. And we got like 2 feet of snow the other day, so
Oh, it's Ghostface.
oh. We've had pretty good luck with
Not a-
Ghostface. Is it a nice Ghostface? Oh, Che! Hi! Welcome in, Raiders! Hi, how are you? Che, what were you playing? Oh, you're playing Warframe? Oh, shoot. How were the matches? Welcome on in, everyone. Yes, we were Warframe DD. It has me on a chokehold. But welcome on in. I hope your games were good. Also, if you need to raid and run and take care of yourself after stream, please feel free. That includes everyone who came up with the raid. Make sure you take care of yourselves and get a glass of water, stretch, get a snack maybe. DVD match has been, not too bad. We've been having a lot of nice ghost faces, and oh wait, we were playing with you recently. Ooh. Yeah.
Oh wait, Aretha, he's coming.
Oh. Okay. But welcome on in. Ghostface are either super nice or ruthless, never an air in between. Very true, very true. Break those. I'm trying. Oh, not the basement.
No.
What kind of world is this? Oh. I was saying, Asian Ginger, we played with them a couple matches ago. Oh, shit. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Ah. No! Damn it. It's funny, I saw his little eyes in the corner. I'm like, ah. When was it when we played with them? Not the last match, I think.
Oh wait, yeah, I remember the skin.
Mm-hmm. I noticed their name and they were healing me, and I'm like, wait a minute, we played with you before. Thank you.
He's kind of carrying the gen on the little boat.
On the little boat? Get away from me! Get. Ah. He keeps trying to expose me. Oh.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Oh my god. All I heard was feet running towards me. I was like, I thought it was the kill.
Wait, is this the killer?
I don't think so. Nope.
Oh wait, no. Okay.
behind you. Okay, so we need one more generator.
Hopefully me and X-Ray can finish it.
I think they were by that gen on the small boat. That's where we were by. If they are still there.
Oh, he's coming.
No. Okay. I started a gen by the Killer Shack.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna try and finish the one that we were working on.
Okay. There we go.
But I'm heading over to the door near Killer.
Okay. I'm on the door near next to Killer Shack. Oops. Oh shoot, I need more. Hold on. Okay. Now I can get out with my snowman and get my extra points. Oh, flashlight. Don't mind if I do. Ah! Oh my god.
Here he is, the one and only winner of the Gemini Croquette Contest.
I was like, why did you scare me? Ghostface like hit me in the door and I was too busy looking behind me because I was about to like get in my snowman, but then he hit me and I was like, it scared me. Also, thank you for the follow. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Mm-hmm. And Gearhead as well. Thrilling Tremors and Discordance. So they brought something that thickens the mist. Interesting. Also, hi Chris Williams. Thank you for redeeming your daily golden ticket. Let's see, who else has a Elodie also has a Christmas sweater. Let's see. And has Screech Cobbler. So we're getting extra blood points. So how long have you been playing DVD?
I've been playing since like 2020, but I've kind of been on and off. So in total, I only have like around 1,000 hours.
Okay.
And you?
When did I start? I think I started around 2019.
Oh my god.
Okay, I only have 3,411, but I do play this game a lot. Even when I think I don't play this game a lot, I play this game.
Oh my god, only 3,000.
And technically I started on Switch because before Cross Progression came out,
Oh,
my friend who I was playing with, we used to play like every night together, only had it on Switch. So then I got it on Switch and then we played it every night. But when it became Cross Progression, I was able to go back to my PC. So I had it on my PC, but I mostly played on Switch for like a long time.
wait, so they didn't have like crossplay?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that. Oh, it's I think that's Skull Merchant. Oh wait, no, it's Krasu.
Wait, how can you get out of the snowman without bursting it? Can you?
I think it's only the one that you craft.
I'm on my way. There's abandoned snowman and deactivate snowman. Oh shit. Hey. Hey! No! No! Not on Christmas, lady. Not on Christmas. No!
She's strict.
Oh shit. No. Get away. Oh my god. Oh shit. Not me bringing them the killer. That played out differently in my mind.
These people are good at sabotaging.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, you're about to go in a second. No. Aw.
Wait, are you injured? Oh, you're broken.
Yeah, I gotta eat this fungus first. Oh, friends to the end. Ah!
Friends to the end, do they see your aura?
That's a good question. I think they must have, because she came straight to me. I have I have a toolbox with a brand new part and I haven't even touched a gen. Maybe while they're on those two, I'll quickly just throw it in the main. Oh no, they're over there. Never mind. Oh, did they just get Mori?
No,
Oh my god. I had a brand new part and I missed it. I missed this great skill check. This game's over. Well, at least we finished one gen. Oh, yeah. They knew exactly where I was. They literally came straight up to me. Oh, we finished 2 gens. Look at that.
wait, they're not going through.
Nah. It looks like they... Yeah. Both of them must have been playing together because of their names.
Right.
Just childish.
Gigi's kind of fake.
I wanted a shack 1v1. He didn't listen. I mean, we could have done without the tunneling. Literally, there was like 3 of us there, and they went off, and they went after you, who just got off the hook.
Right.
He was like, okay. I'm gonna take a little bathroom break, and I will be right back.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Alrighty, I'm back. My mom, when I took my call, it was because my aunt calling me, and she was like, "Hey, do you want anything?" So her and my mom brought me a London fog with oat milk and a donut. So I was like, "Yay!" So they brought me a donut too. Huh? Hmm?
Oh, I said they brought you a treat.
Mm-hmm. But they brought me like a Boston cream donut too.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. But I don't know if you can see it, but anyone in the stream, all the toppings got stuck because it was in a bag, and all the toppings got stuck on the bag. So I was like trying to pry it off the bag.
Oh no.
So it's like half the topping is gone, but I'm like, ah, whatever, it's fine.
Oh yeah, the icing.
Mm-hmm.
Is it like chocolate?
Mm-hmm. It's chocolate and it has like white like cream in the middle. It's really good. I was just craving something sweet. So I was
Yeah, it
like,
looks really good.
I was craving something sweet, so I was like, "Can you get me a donut?" And so that's what they got me. And she's like, "Next time I'll tell them to put it in a box and not like a little bag."
Right.
Because I literally was like trying to carefully like lift this thing up because it was like just plastered on the bag. I was like, wow, okay.
I wonder if it's another ghost face. Oh wait, no, it's a spring trap.
No. Oh, I was just gonna say, I haven't seen any doors. There's door. Oh.
I feel like I could see their aura a lot more before.
Yeah, they always like change things about them when they're like, okay, that doesn't work. We need to change this.
Mm-hmm.
Yay, got it this time. Oh, and they're in the basement? Okay. Does anyone know where the killer is?
I don't see him.
The bar was going up with them on the hook. I'm on my way.
Oh wait, he's kind of near me.
Hmm.
Oh, we know they're going away.
I almost thought maybe they would go in the basement again because they were. I think that's where the basement is.
Yeah, I think it is in that direction.
Mm-hmm. I see the little embers from their knife throw, but I've yet to see the killer ones, to be honest. Real kinky. Oh, they're chasing someone. Oh, that's you. In the main building?
Yeah.
I think I've kind of seen them in the distance, but that's it. Ugh. Both the doors are in that area. Oh.
Wait, did the killer open it?
Yeah, that was fast. Got my extra points. Yeah, that's the closest I've been to the killer yet. Getting out the door. Rated Deco Snowman by Instant Snowman 3 times.
I think I'll play one more game because I'm getting a little tired.
No problem. Sounds good. Usually when I play DVD, I just play so much that I just like, it's like breathing.
Yeah, I kind of woke up a lot earlier today, so.
Also before we streamed, I actually took a little nap, like a half an hour to like 45-minute nap. I had to like set my alarm and everything because I was getting sleepy, and I'm like, okay, I just need to close my eyes for like a little bit and I'll be fine. So I did. I took a little nap. Me and my puppy cuddled on my chair.
Well rested for stream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think my family is almost done cooking, so I'll probably have dinner.
Ooh, do you know what you're having for dinner?
I'm not sure, but it does smell good, so. We've got a lot of Dwights today.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is this that one outfit you were talking about on Dwight?
No. I mean, he does have a vest though, but yeah. I think it's like opened. But he's got little pins on it though.
Like the circle one?
I'm like trying to think about it from memory. I haven't used it in a long time. I'm like, because there's like more than one.
Oh.
Oh, we haven't had this map in a while.
Oh, it's Michael.
Again.
Lots of stuff, killers today.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, he's teared up. He's teared up! I'm always looking around because I'm like, oh my god, where are they? Are they purposely only chasing the same people?
I don't know. But I think it's because the other two kind of run together.
Hmm. Ooh, that was icky.
I tried.
He hasn't once come to this side of the map. That's what's like, okay. Okay.
I know he literally loves this area.
Oh, he's by the killer shack now. I'm coming.
I think he's... Oh, wait, no.
He's chasing the Dwight, and I don't know if the Dwight is purposely just bringing him here or what. Oh.
Oh.
Oh my god. Well, at least it didn't get you.
I know. Maybe they have like an obsession thing where they like play with their food.
That is true, because they haven't really, they didn't really pursue chase with Dwight at all. They've injured them, but that's it. I can go heal in a locker.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because I have inner strength, so I don't know if you want to... Oh, wow. My dream perk.
Literally.
Which one?
The locker one.
Oh, the inner healing?
Mm-hmm. He's like mooring everybody.
Mm-hmm. And I have to get out of this locker soon, but he's by me.
Now I'm literally being in. is that perk called again?
Overcharge.
Overcharge.
Yeah. I don't see him though. Oh.
Oh, this thing is on the line. Oh yeah, they're looping around Killer.
Okay. They kicked my Jin.
Yeah, they're just patrolling these two gens.
Oh my god. It's one of those things where I'm like, they're powered up. We need to hook one of us.
Oh, I think he's heading over to you.
Oh no.
Oh, hi, princess. How are you? Thank you for the follow. Woo. Hi, Riley. Thank you for the follow. How are y'all? How are y'all? Dang, this is like the first time he committed on the Dwight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good, princess. How are y'all? I mean, how was a movie night?
Apparently Dwight really wanted to go, I guess.
Yeah, or maybe he's like trying to give you a hat.
Mm-hmm. Oh, found hatch. I didn't even need the key that I found.
No, literally.
Well,
that was a pretty good last game for me.
Yeah, got worried by a Michael, and there was a hatch escape. So,
Right. Right. But yeah, thank you so much for allowing me to play with you.
you're welcome. If you ever want to play games again, just message me or like even just post in there, and see who who's available to join. But yeah, thank you for joining me. Much appreciated.
Yeah. I'll see you later.
See you later.
Bye. Good night.
Good night. Bye. And let me. Here, in the collaboration. Here we go. There we go. Hello, hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Princess the Doll in O'Reilly. Hi, how are we doing today? I usually do open lobbies, but I was playing with some friends, so yeah. If anyone would like to join, you are more than welcome to. Boom, boom, boom. I'm trying this new thing, this new camera. Ooh. I'm trying this thing with my new camera. Like, apparently you're able to like change the settings using your Logitech G Hub. I didn't know you could do it through there because I was like, oh, I've been using this other program. So I don't know. I feel like well, my face is a little red right now, but you know what I mean? Like, I feel like my face is like, I don't know. I do like that I don't look as white like washed that I normally do sometimes when I'm streaming, because yeah, sometimes when I look over and I'm like really pale and I'm like, okay, I'll admit I'm a light-skinned native, okay? I know that. But I'm not that light. I have like a little tan, you know? Like I have a little melanin in my skin. I'm not that white. But yeah, sometimes when I do the default settings on usually on these things, especially with the lights and the lights from like the monitor, it always makes me look so much more like lighter than I actually am. Miranda! Hi, how are you? What you up to? What you doing? Are you... Your school's all done now, right? I think I saw your post. It's been a time, I'll tell you. Same. Same. I'm dead since Friday, and then we did our Xmas thing on Saturday. Oh, okay, okay, cool. If anyone would like to join, you're more than welcome. I'm gonna message my friend Roger and see if he wants to come play. We need to game soon. Yes. I was supposed to take my dad to his. We were supposed to go to the bank yesterday to do this meeting thing, and they. But now we've had to cancel it because he actually needs to go to the doctor, so he has now a doctor's appointment. So we canceled the meeting. So I'm free all day tomorrow. Do 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 do. Oh my god, should I play killer? Let's see. Destroy decoy snowman 3 times a snowball or killer action. Hook 20 survivors on hooks. Okay, so I need to hook 20 survivors. Should we do it? Shall we do it? Oh, actually,
naughty.
while I'm here. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this. Other than that, how have you been? Four survivors and 1 killer. Okay. I remember people said that they were interested, but I couldn't remember who. All right. Okay. I'm just quickly looking at some things, but you know, one of the things that's so hard about playing games or just doing things in general sometimes is trying to be like nice, calm, and relaxed. You know? Right. Okay. Okay. I got it. Got their names. Also, it is so cold here. I have slippers on and my feet are still cold, by the way. They are freezing. Okay. All right. So I need to hook 20 survivors. Do we think we can do it? Anybody? Wait, do I not have the cross-suit? Prestiged? I'm pretty sure I do. Or adapted, sorry. Yeah, okay, I do. When did I do that? I don't even remember doing that. That is ridiculous. But apparently I did it on September 23rd, 2025. Sometimes I just have a memory of a goldfish, you know? Oof. Okay. Well, let us see. Okay, which killer should I be? I don't even think I have any mistletoes. Oh, here's one. Okay, I got one. Okay, let's try this. So I need to hook 20 survivors on a hook. Hopefully everyone's very nice and kind. Little ducky, non No newbie. Bob the Builder. Sharaki? Okay, 2 of them aren't even holding anything in their hands. We've got 1 PC player. The other 2 are console. Seriously, I am freezing. Maybe I should put my heating blanket on. Alrighty, let's go. What do we think? How many hooks do you think I can get? Anybody? The trapper may reset a sprung bear trap without picking it up. Was that not obvious? Maybe? Maybe?
Today will be full of fun and games.
Got one. Bob the Builder. Stinky, stinky. I was like, what is your name? Rick. Rick, get back here. Jeez. Would you settle down? Hey, let's go open up. Wait. It was this one. You were here. Where'd you go? Wait, where did you go? Oh, it was you. I was like, was it you or was it you? Nice try. Sorry, I just needed the hooks. But thanks! Do, do, do. Oh, it's right there too. Oh my goodness. GG's. Oh, they all left. They all left. Okay, so that would have been 4, 5, 6. So that should have been 6 hooks, right? Let's see. Let's see if that actually counted.
You're a good bear, naughty bear.
The bestest bear. Oh, that was 7? How's that 7 hooks? That's right. 1 was 3. 3, 2, 5, 6, 7. 7. So all I needed was 3 more hooks to get 10. Let's try. Should I try someone else other than Naughty Bear? I haven't played other characters in a while. Accidental survivor hits no longer available in Bloodweb. Oh, shoot. Okay, let's try that. Blood Echo. When hooking a survivor, all injured survivors suffer from the hemorrhage and exhausted status effect for 20 seconds. Okay. Alright, let's try this. Okay. Okay, our plan is to go for hooks. Okay. Wait, hold on. I don't really have time for, like, flashlights. Lucifer's wife, Phantom Flare, Miss Epic, Gilbert's disease. Oh shit, I didn't get ready yet. Okay. We got this. Okay, I haven't played this character in a long time. Let's see. Let's see how well I do. Wish me luck. Also, if anyone would like to join me, you're more than welcome to. Jesus, how many of these things? Oh shit, hold on. Okay, let's try one more time. Da-da-da-da. Oh shit. Do, 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 do. Ding, 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 ding. Do, 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 do. Oh shit. Do, 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 do. Wait, where was that? Wait. Ah. Do, 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 do. Why is that so slow? Wait. Hmm. I mean, I just needed the hooks. Y'all just wasted a lot of your time. Ooh. Ooh. Let's see how many hooks that was. Okay, so if that's technically 3, so 3, 3, 3. 3, 6, 9, 12. Am I so close? Seriously, though. Yeah. Someone had breakout. Oh, that was it. Breakout. Is it Calm Spirit? Bond? No. Yeah, it was the Sables? Saboteur. Oh, and they had a toolbox. Okay. It was good. I was like so locked in. Okay, let's see. 17 hooks. Oh my god. I literally need 3 hooks. I just need 3 hooks. And then this one, which I'm not 100% sure about. I have no idea. Right? The last... Oh! Tomorrow! The last one does for the bone shell. Okay. Alrighty. Alrighty then. Sacrifice or kill 60 survivors. Oh. Oh. I mean, these are whenever. Close the hatch 1 time. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Should we be Tiffany?
I think we're all gonna have fun here.
Maybe that's it. Wait. Friends to the end. I don't know. Obsession. Expose 20 seconds. Reveal the aura for 10 seconds. Okay, so the obsession does. Okay, let's try this. Okay. I just need... What? 3 hooks? 3 hooks and I'm done this chill event? Okay. No flashlights. Wait, I hit ready. Wow. 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 You're more than welcome to join me if anyone wants to play. I am playing Killer right now. I'm just trying to get hooks. To be honest, I super don't. Why? It's such a fun game, Jerome. It'll be like the best time of your life. It's like eating ranch with whatever you're eating ranch with these days.
Why does this all seem familiar?
Okay.
Come out, wherever you are. What a drama queen. You don't have to scream every time you're hooked. Seriously.
My little legs. Oh shit. Ow!
Hey, don't be scared. I just want to play. Oh dear, this is gonna hurt a bit.
Okay.
Nobody runs from me. Nobody.
Okay, so that's where our little friend is, over here. I don't see them. Is that the notification? I'm only doing this friends to the end because I'm trying to figure out how is it that they always knew where I was.
You're going down.
Go, Tiff.
Basically, they're all playing the same character. Yeah. So I'm like, I don't even know the type I'm hitting. I'm like, I don't even know. I'm like doing my best over here. Ow! Like how am I supposed to know? I don't even know. Yeah, it's a little. Thanks.
You're in good hands, Dollface.
Where was that? I didn't even see that. I heard it. Are they in the basement? Are they in the basement?
Just stay down already.
Come here, sweet cheeks.
And the Oscar goes to...
And the Oscar goes to...
Hey, don't piss yourself already.
Come on, Toots.
I did it! I did it! Hatch, open up, right here. Damn it. Yeah, I purposely try not to go after the same person I've hooked. You know, I do my best. But if you all look the same, that goes out the window. I don't know. I can't keep track. But I think I got my hooks. I mean, I did try a little bit. Ooh. Destroy decoy snowman 3 times with snow skulls or killer action. What are these things, though? I'm like, I don't get it. I mean, I've been destroying them this whole time, so are they specific ones that I'm supposed to... Oh, I bet you it's the ones that are supposed to be lit up. Okay, let me try this one again. I'm done the killer one. I think I don't have to do any more killer ones, other than, like, hook and whatever, because... I mean, these ones are milestones. They aren't, like, a thing, but... The bone chill one, I've done all the killer ones, so now I can go back to Survivor. I need to figure out how to scamper, because I don't think I was scampering very well. You know? Okay. Let's go find some friends. Do 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 do. Okay. I am switching to Survivor. I'm gonna see if I can find someone to come play with me. I see London's on. Oh, my niece is live. Do, 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 do. Hello? Cool. I really do need to turn on my heating blanket. I'm freezing. I need to turn on my heating blanket. I'm so cold. Which is funny because my face is red and it's like. I'm gonna put it on 3. I'm gonna put it on 3. I'm good. Okay. Do, 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 do. It's seriously, it is so freezing in here. Like seriously, I'm so cold. I'm so cold. Okay. Okay. I'm enjoying it. Oh my god. Okay. Wait, how did I get, how am I, diva diva on the internet. How you doing, Jerome? Jerome, when are we gonna play some Mahjong? While I'm here. On day 8 of a 9-day work week? Oh, okay. Gonna go to bed soon? Yeah, it's probably like past midnight for you, right? Oh, wait, you're Central Time? Wait, did I always know that? I have the memory of a goldfish. Yeah. Yeah, we do. The only province that doesn't is Saskatchewan. Yeah, we do daylight savings. Our province has, like, literally been trying to get them to stop doing daylight savings for, like, ever. We had like a referendum vote about it, and it was defeated in the public vote, but it was like defeated by like so close. Like I think it was like 49 to 51. Like it was so close. It's Arizona. Ugh. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go join. London's chat.
Hey.
Hi.
Wait, is it just you or is it someone else?
No, just me.
Oh, okay.
No, just me. Just me. I was playing with someone earlier.
That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm gonna try to build this magic deck. On stream.
So what? What is that?
Magic the Gathering?
Oh. Same question?
You don't know what Magic the Gathering is?
No.
Oh wow. It's a game that's been out since like the 90s. It's like a tabletop card game.
Was it like popular around like Sailor Moon time?
Yeah. Maybe.
I always remind people that in the 90s I was a bad teenager.
Which means what?
Like I was like drinking and being really bad at like 11, 12, 13. And like going into bars and like stuff. Like I was not a good teenager. That's why I'm like
You're going into bars at the age of 11.
You know what? Legal drinking age here is only 18, but a lot of people thought I was 21 when I was 11. Which is so funny because now like no one believes how old I am now. So yeah, it's just weird. That's why I actually I quit drinking when I was about like 17, and then I always say it's just because like, you know, after that when I was legally allowed to go into bars, it just wasn't fun anymore.
My friend in chat says instead of hooked on phonics, you're hooked on booze.
Right?
That happened to me. I went to private school, right? Then I went to public school, and then I basically when I went to college, all my partying was like. Hold on a second.
Mhm. Gasp.
Hold on. Hold on. Oh fuck! I don't know why I threw the pallet down. I need to stop doing that.
In the sense that
Now you ran off.
gonna go.
Yeah.
Forward. Forward.
Oh,
Left.
oh, ah.
Oh, I can
She's going to
sabo.
that hook. Now she's going down to a different hook. She's going to a different
Oh.
hook.
Oh my god, you freak.
No!
Oh my god.
No!
Why is my game so quiet?
I don't know where she went.
She's still by hook.
She's by hook still. She's aiming for you.
Ooh. Girl, she wants the doll.
Right.
Oh, she got the doll.
She got the doll. Help! I've been shot.
Ow! Oh
my god.
Wow, jeez.
Oh, Jen was so close. I want to go back.
Yeah, I'm going back to it. I'll meet you there.
I'm leaving. I am leaving the scene of the crime.
Hey, you should come play with us. Feeling better. 7 streams, basketball, hell yeah. Oh, sorry.
That's right. That's right. No, it's okay.
Hello?
You've been healed. I mean, you've been healed. Why can't I heal you?
Why can't you heal me? Oh. We're healing, Aretha.
Okay. I'm.
Why can't you heal me? Was it because I was next to the gen? Now why is she coming back here?
Wait, I can't get this
Hey,
thing.
run the other way.
Right. Ada, girl.
Okay, oh my god, run!
Girl!
Fucking-
Ada, please!
Oh, Ada. London.
Who's showing you?
This damn.
No way, she's not on me. What is... Okay, she might be going right behind. Now she's going a different way.
Oh my
Don't waste your battery.
I'm gonna...
Ada, are you fucking kidding me? Ada's not one of this, like, Ada's none of our friends, right? This Ada's just a rando?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because I'm like, cuss who the fuck? I'm just kidding. No,
Oh my god, she knows where I am.
does she have like a aura perk on?
She must. She must.
Yeah. She really saw us healing over there.
Mama, she's scary.
Ada, can you come get me,
Why?
girl?
On the way.
No, I think Ada's coming if you want to finish that gen. Aretha. Oh, Mix
Nope.
is here too.
Okay.
Oh, Ada's down. If you want to come heal with us, we can double heal.
Come.
We saw that. I saw you injured.
Good.
I'm just confused why I got double hooked and
She can have barbecue.
have zero.
I need to run. She's gonna have barbecue. She's gonna snipe me.
Yeah, she was chasing me and then she left me. I was like, oh, okay.
For Ada. Just kind of camping her though.
Did we finish that gen?
Oh,
Did you finish it? Or did we run?
Oh my god, she knows.
Oh, we did finish
Yeah,
it.
she's got aura down.
Yeah, the person on the hook already has like their bars are like basically halfway already.
Where is she?
She's coming in my direction.
Oh my god, no, she's on me.
Okay, I'm gonna go for Ada.
Oh. I just blew up a gen.
Oh my god.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Oh my god.
Ada. I'm coming, girl.
They already popped. Oh, she's going back.
Oh my god, we gotta go. Ada, come on. Ada, come on. Ada. She's coming back to hook. Nasty.
Oh my god, can I stop blowing up this gent? Sorry. Oh no.
Oh my god.
Wait,
Ada,
hold on.
You sandbag everybody. Ada loves the sandbag.
I'm taking a hit because I haven't been hooked yet. Oh. You missed.
Make some up, man.
Ah. Oh, sorry. She's on me. I forgot I had the snowman, not a snowball. I was gonna snowball her in the face, and then I just turned into a snowman in front of her.
No,
I was like,
Not
I
this.
was like, oh, okay, never mind.
So you know what I can do? This.
I think
You think you're cute? Look at this.
she has an aura whenever she opens lockers, but whenever she reloads. That's what it is.
Is there another perk that does that? Because Ultimate Weapon does that, but usually you scream.
There's two different ones, yeah. There's
Oh!
the
Oh, I'm so fucking dead. I'm so fucking dead here. I'm so fucking dead here.
Sandbag the hook. Sandbag the hook. I'll take a hook for you.
I think I lost
Go,
it.
go. Yeah,
Oh,
run.
that's a log.
It's on me.
Run,
Yeah.
run.
Oops, skinny. Skinny.
How did she? I'm coming. I see. I'm coming to you.
Okay.
I'm with Aretha. I don't know where you are, Minx.
I'm just in the locker. I'm healing, and I can. By the time you get here, I'll be healed. There we go.
Oh my god, this loop is actually so sick and nasty.
I want to see Minx's perspective.
Oh, the lag.
She screams so loud.
Thank you.
I'm gonna save my sister. No, okay.
Oh, wow.
I guess there's no point in hiding because she can see us. Yeah, you should have ran after the Ada. She did get a gen done though, so I'm not super. Yeah, bitch. She has an aura reading perk.
Oh, she's running right through.
She ran straight to me. There's no way.
Yeah, but how, did she see me?
Maybe.
Oh.
Now you're in the snowman. She acts that snowman down. Minx.
I was about to jump in it, but then it was the one that like scares you.
Aretha,
She wants you
can
dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, she wants me dead, bitch. Can you go get?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, she's like. She wants me dead.
Nope.
Oh my god.
She
I
said,
saw that.
"You're part of the creator program. I want you to be gone."
She got me. It's okay. Only my second hug.
It's not okay. It's not okay.
Thank you.
This aura reading perk is driving me nuts. I'm so sorry. It's so silly. Oh, she sees me, dude. She sees me.
Oh no!
Girl.
I fast vaulted, so she's on me.
Okay, I'm trying to get this gen up here done. In Maine. But she sees me go up there every time.
Oh my god, her toes! She's sick in the head.
No, Minx!
That's okay. It's my second hug.
We could actually get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Did she go after Ada?
Oh my god. Not me,
Like, go
literally.
after Ada, Diva.
Just when you're
Oh.
hooked, I literally just walked out of that
She
locker.
just took her locker, so she probably sees y'all.
Mm-hmm.
She's going after somebody, not me. I'm going
Oh
after
shit.
me.
I just threw a.
She's gonna come back here.
She just threw a.
She's gonna come back here, Diva. She's gonna come back here. She's gonna come back here.
Oh, she has a rainbow bird on her hug. I didn't know this.
She's not acting very rainbow to her rainbow friends.
She's all the birds. Oh shit, she loves the birds.
She's an avian. she's a little wing flappy bird.
Is she coming here? Hold on, wait.
Oh,
Do my big one. Oh no, she didn't. Damn. I really thought
you're-
she was walking this way. Oh, it's that one. I got excited.
We gotta go.
She's gonna guess.
We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go.
Oh god.
Look at that. You basically started the game almost in Death Hook, and you've lasted this long.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're like
Thank you
this.
so much.
This is why I'm in the creator program.
How the hell you?
Because I took the hit,
Okay.
mama.
I got Ada.
Okay. I knew.
Oh, I'm clenched, mama. Okay, I gotta go. She's reloading.
No,
Oh
she's not.
my god.
No, she is
Yeah,
not.
no, that's why she saw y'all, because she was reloading.
Oh shit.
Oh.
No! Oh, damn it!
Mix, come to your big one. Mix, come to your big one.
She sees us. Oh my god.
Oh,
Nah,
wait,
nah, nah.
wait.
No.
No! My big
No.
one.
My big one! It's destroyed! Oh no, my big one! It's broken! She really wanted me dead. She really had a vendetta.
Mm-hmm.
She said, you got Twitch shirts? You got Twitch shirts in? Should we all put on our Twitch shirts?
We can.
No.
I think Marisol and I did it last week. It wasn't that bad.
I finished your gin for you though.
Thank you so much. I need her to take out this Ada who sandbagged us for the whole entire game.
We would have lived a little bit longer. I'm taking a break.
Oh my god, finished last gen.
Aretha's just out here doing gens, and the Skiller's just going after everybody except her. And you know what? I'm not mad about it.
I mean, every time she got me was because I was trying to take hooks for other people. That's what happens when you're altruistic.
Did she see you in that locker?
I brought a shack offering.
Nah. I'm waiting.
Yeah, hatch that shack.
Mm. Yeah, but she's also running the shack.
She said, I'm also going to the shack.
Oh, it's not here though.
Where'd it go?
Oh. Oh, here we go.
Period.
I lied. I had the mistletoe.
I was,
Oh, bitch, Bitch, they had Blood Warden.
Who said that?
Oh my god.
Oh, see, yeah, darkness revealed. When you search a locker,
Yeah, 'cause
the
she was
aura
like
of all survivors.
heading right to people.
Mm-hmm.
I said stream snipe? No, just darkness revealed. I didn't even say GG and then enter. I just typed in the left.
No, she just had wall hacks. It's fine.
Oh.
Right. Eddie's gonna join us if that's okay.
Yeah, for sure.
I've never met
Are we
such a
doing shirts?
toxic.
Hmm?
Eddie doesn't have a shirt. Do you think Eddie will care if we do shirts?
I mean, can we just not
We'll
ask?
just better said Christmas vibes.
Yeah, okay, that's fine with me.
Christmas vibe? I mean, I'm wearing the onesie. Does that count? Or does it have to be shirt?
You said,
I think
did
just the
somebody
vibes, doesn't
say?
matter.
Did somebody say Christmas?
Mm-hmm. I also bought this onesie in like real life. It looks like exactly like this, except the head part's different. Not this one, but hold on. Zarina's. So it has like a little moose on it and trees, and it's red.
The Huntress is in my chat.
Oh.
GG guys, thanks for the good game. I was the
GG.
Huntress. Bitch, you wanted me dead. You wanted me gone out of the game. Hi Nick, welcome in Raiders. How's it going? I said, why is she finding me so quickly? And then we realized you had
That was
darkness
good.
revealed, but GG's.
Okay.
Hi, Eddie.
Hey. How are y'all?
Killer says, dude, no hard feelings. You were a death hook and I was sweating. And I said, if you're coming to DVD with hard feelings, you know, you should get off DVD. I feel like,
Yes.
you know what I mean? But I'm not worried about it. It's just a video game. Hi, Eddie.
Hi.
Eddie, you ready to let your inner toxicity out?
Oh my
I
God,
know
it's
you
so
have
late.
it. Yeah.
I think I got this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty
How did you like
amazing
it,
this
chapter
game.
2? I've already seen it, but Eddie, how did you like
Yes.
it, chapter 2?
I liked it. I enjoyed it. I will say I found 2 scarier than 1. If that's a little controversial take on it. But in a good way. But other than that, I liked it. And I didn't know I saw 1. So, there we go.
Yeah, we're getting Eddie. Aretha, I don't know if you've seen it, but we're getting Eddie ready for Welcome to Derry.
Oh.
We'll be watching an episode today.
Ooh.
If there's time. Which I think there is.
I was watching it alone because no one wanted to watch it with me, and I knew a lot of people were doing watch-togethers
Hello?
already. But you all were like either like 3 episodes in or something, so I was like trying to catch up with people, and then finally I was like, I just binge watched the whole thing.
Okay, well, at the same time, I love our group of friends, and you're always willing to watch stuff with us. And Eddie can contest to this. Bitches don't shut the fuck up. So I actually watched most of it by myself because I like sitting in the dark and watching TVs, scary things.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I like listening and understanding what's going on. And I'm like a super horror fan. So I watched by myself.
I will say I didn't watch the movies right away, and the first time I decided to watch like part 1 was on like a red-eye flight at like midnight on a plane. And it was like, you know, like you have like 3 seats. I was on the aisle, and then there was this like guy in the corner like trying to sleep with his hoodie, and then there was like a seat in between us, and I was like in the very back, like literally like the back wall. And here I am trying to watch it on this 4-hour flight at midnight. When I tell you, there was one point where it scared me so bad that I screamed in the airplane, and everyone looked at me, and I'm like, sorry.
I actually would pass out watching someone scream at the top of their lungs in the middle of a fucking red eye.
I was like apologizing to everyone because they were like all sleeping, and I just like screamed. Oh my god, it was so embarrassing. I was like, I'm sorry. Oh, they're coming to Shack. Oh, it's Bubba. I'm out of here.
Oh, I see y'all. We're
Yeah.
like, literally next to y'all working on a gen.
Bubba was in Shack. I'm leaving.
I'm running. He hit me.
Okay, and we out. Oh, gotta go. Whoop, swing and a miss. Okay, damn it.
Follow the pallet if you can.
No!
Oh.
No! Why am I getting hooked first today? Just kidding, I don't really care.
Mom.
Just special, I guess.
Not this.
Oh, I'm almost there.
I hate this man.
Wait, are they not picking you up at all? Oh,
No,
never mind.
I am now.
If I could do this, I'm scared.
I really had a good time playing with you. I think I'm gonna talk
Oh god.
in this accent for the rest of the night.
Goodbye. Gotta go. Oh, I can't.
Gotta go.
Oh, way there.
What were we saying the other day, Minx? You and I?
About what?
Wow! I'm in a dead end.
Oh my god.
Oh! There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. What were we screaming about, you and I, the other night?
Oh my god, not the bamboozle.
We were doing brain rot. What was the thing that we kept saying on the other day?
Don't use it, don't use it, don't use it, don't use it.
I'm not using it. Run, Minx!
Oh, okay, run. Oh no.
Run. No. Okay, I'm using it. I'm using it. It's a warm-up match. It's a warm-up match. It's a warm-up match. It's a warm-up match. Yeah. Yeah. We've made ourselves out of worse situations. Eddie? No!
No, I was on my way. Here. Ah, shit! I couldn't grab you. Oh no, I
Okay,
could.
it's okay, it's okay.
No, it's okay. Wait, pick her up first. Pick her up first. Pick her up first. Yes. Oh, that's what it was, Minx. Yes. Okay, this is the only way I can play this game with my friends. Okay. Alright, Eddie. Let's go. It's time to go. I need to go get go get Minx together as a group. Coming!
Oh, I feel I abandoned.
Oh, you botted? Okay. Goodbye.
I thought it was over.
It wasn't over. It's not over until London. Nick says, "Oh no, it's gotten even worse." Okay, we go get. No, it's fine. Honestly,
We just
it's
gotta
hard to get over here.
we gotta leave the basement. Let's get out of the basement. Get out of the basement. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Okay.
Well,
Well.
now you're jumping in the locker. Run,
No, I'm running.
Wait, there's no way you made it out of there. There's no way you made it out of the fucking.
Oh no, they're coming back for you. They're coming back.
Oh my god.
This is definitely just so.
Why is this so funny to me?
Wow.
Honestly, don't even come back for us. Just stay out of the basement.
Maybe Dwight will come get you.
Mixes Dwight bot.
Yep.
He actually is. The bot's actually coming.
Y'all hear the sleigh bells?
Oh.
Oh no, he's running away.
Which is not at Killer Shack, so you gotta find it.
Okay.
Does the bot have to die for you to get the hatch?
Yes, because basically they have to go.
Wait, this killer's kind of being ran by the bot. Never mind. This Bubba sweated for this 4K.
Thing I'm green and so is this map. Just let go, Dwight. Just let go.
Alright, good luck, bestie.
Alrighty. Let's see. Over there. Oh, here it is.
Period. 2 times in a row. Let's go.
My nickname is the Hatch Queen.
Good job, good job. We had infectious fright and barbecue and chili bamboozle. Barbecue and chili is sick. Okay, Eddie, how do I use this? Can I randomize a magic building deck or no?
You can. You have once you know what your commander is gonna be, which is gonna be the main leader of that deck. There should be like decks that come up for it.
Hey, Roger.
And you could use that.
I was looking for people to
And then
play.
you can edit and change and whatnot from there.
I'm around. Let me know when. When what? Here we go. Or after I'm around, let me know when, or like, okay. I'll let you know. Oh shit. I'm currently playing with some friends. I didn't see anyone else who wanted to play, so I was like, oh, okay.
Have you thought of who's gonna be your commander, or not really?
No.
Okay. Yeah, as long as it's a legendary creature, you can use it.
Okay, I have a question for you guys. For all of you. If I was to do like a subathon on the Christmas, and like the main goal was to stop playing DBD straight for 30 days, and I played DBD for since the 9th of December, how many subs do you think I would have to do to get out of playing it?
So, okay, huh? Wait, so you've been playing?
No, I'm
was
being
thinking 100 too.
Yeah.
You were thinking? Okay, I was like, am I being much?
No, because it was $400 to play DVD, and I played DVD for how many weeks already?
Oh.
2 weeks?
1, 2. Yeah, so about 100. Plus it's the holiday, so it's like.
So, people would then reach your 100 sub goal, and then you wouldn't play DVD like ever, or like just for a period of time.
Who up, clan? They're obscure.
Oh my god, not me talking this whole time and realizing I'm muted.
I'm screaming.
Oh
no. I was like, I have so many more questions, and I was asking all the questions, and then you weren't answering me, and I was like, wait a minute, am I muted? I am muted.
I thought you were talking to stream.
I was a little bit. That's why I was muted. I just forgot to unmute myself.
What are your questions?
Okay, so my question was, okay, so is the goal for you to like not play DBD? So once you reach the 100 subs, you won't play DBD? And would it be for like a specific period of time, or would it be like forever?
No.
Okay.
So, we were just gonna do. My goal was to what's it called? It was $400 to only play DBD for 30 days. And so my goal was, if we reach a certain amount of subs, it will reverse that. You know?
Oh, okay.
So if we reach a certain amount of subs, we can reverse not having to play for 30 days straight, and I can do other things, like. But I have to raise the subs for it to happen. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like a counteractive sub pool. Wow, we all spawned in this killer shack. Hey!
It's Tiffany! She hit me near Killer Shack.
Oh my god, you freak! She's a rainbow. A Jibiqua.
Ooh.
Why did she hit Minx and then go after me? I'm so confused.
She keeps doing that.
Oh. Damn. That was unlucky.
Oh no!
Jen, she saw you get in that locker. You better jump out of the locker and run. You better run. Fortune's full.
Oh my god, did she open up the locker next to me?
Nah, she was in the wrong locker.
Oh.
I'm gonna take that hit for you real quick. There we go. We gotta. Oh, she doesn't like the fact that I did that. Okay.
Oh no.
Oh no.
No.
Let's go, Tiff.
Okay, we have to heal here at this moment in time. They come back.
Yeah.
Oh, she put me down.
Nah, she's gonna smoke.
Oh, she picked me back up. I think she was trying to decide whether or not to kick the Jen first or hook me first. Okay. Alright.
Oh.
She got joked. I'm not gonna go for the save, but she's gonna zoom over. Thank you for it.
Run away.
Oh, she's still near me.
Oh. Now she didn't see me. Eddie, I'm gonna come back to you. Run.
Oh,
Ah.
I'm working on the fortune pool.
I'm so sorry.
I'm leaving. I think she's.
Oh.
No way. No way that I didn't get that. Eddie, I'm so sorry. That was my fault.
It's okay.
Oh my god, that perk stopped my Sabo. That's really unfortunate.
She missed. Bitch, she missed. Okay, she didn't miss that.
Does she have plaything or something?
She has fortunes full. Oh,
Okay.
pallet. I am under a pallet. Oh, I'm getting picked
I'm
up.
not near you.
I got the fortunes full right now.
There's another one by me.
Damn it! I thought she was gonna go to this hook. Oh, I see it. I wonder if it. I see. Okay, I'm gonna get this spicy totem first.
Yeah, you're fine. Oh, Minx is here? I didn't even see you pull up on the snowman.
Do I have Pento?
Nice.
Pentimento.
Oh, you're kidding.
Ooh, I almost missed that skill check.
Oh no, Yeti!
Not
No.
Eddie's dead.
Yep, I'm out.
Down 5. That's
Oh,
fine.
sorry.
Oh no, my back. My eyes.
That's crazy at 5 gens. Alright, this next match we're gonna play, we're gonna really lock the fuck in and burn the killer into the ground.
Oh my god. Freak. Use your damn perk. Or your power. You weirdo.
Wait, who screamed?
Are you in the snowman? Oh.
Ooh.
Oh my god. Ah! Shit. Shit, she left me.
Oh my god.
Why did she leave and come back?
Why is she being a freak?
I'm okay to die. Just let me finish one gen.
Oh, I'm dead here. Yeah. Nope, nope. Yes, no.
Oh yes, yes. No. No.
Damn. Minx run. Alright. Eddie,
Yes.
Aretha, Minx, we're locking in the next match. We've had 2 warm-up matches. This one's really gonna be it.
Wait, are they slugging for the 4K?
No.
Oh.
They're sticking it down.
Are they near you?
There's just like a get hatch.
Okay. I'll watch you. So you don't die alone. garage is going to be. In here. Right here. Oh, that's where the basement was. No! That's so unfair. All right, Key. Let's go. Oh my god, not a broken key. Oh shit!
Do they have ultimate weapon on?
I don't know. I don't think so. Did I scream?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Oh my god. She really.
Chucky TV show good?
I've only watched a few episodes.
Heard it is.
It was pretty good. It was on FX, so it was really hard for me to watch, but just because, yeah, FX you always have to pay like more for here. Isn't it on Netflix now?
The Chucky move show?
Yeah.
What is it called? Just Chucky?
Yes.
Damn, there were 3 seasons? Oh, it's on, it is on Prime.
Hmm. Is that the new show you're thinking of starting to watch?
No.
Wait, so you watched it 1 and 2 so that you can prepare Eddie for the TV show?
Yeah.
I always thought that watching the TV show before the movie would have been good. Because then you would like have so much more background information, I guess. But then again,
I think it was more exciting for me to watch the TV show after the movie, so 'cause then you're like, oh, that's what that is, that's what that is, that's what that is, you know what I mean?
oh, very true, very true. I watched the original when I was like 6. So, yeah. And it was like one of the most scariest movies I've ever seen, so I just watched it so many times until I wasn't afraid of it anymore.
That must be hectic.
I mean, it worked, kind of.
We lost someone?
We did?
We lost you? Or
Me? Did it?
are my computers acting out?
Well, I'm just waiting to see if they load into the match first.
Oh, no. I got a connection lost. I guess.
Okay, I leave.
I guess it was me.
DBG. I don't know why it was having connection errors and not letting me in the game last night and today. It was very weird.
I've noticed that anytime I play DBD and stream it at the same time, I have to be invisible in Steam. Because if I'm not, then I always have like more issues with like my game freezing or like having connection tests.
Oh, fork.
Hello, hello, hello! Welcome, Raiders! Hi, Andrea! Hi! How is everyone doing? What were you playing? Blueprints. Oh. I haven't heard of it. Welcome, Raiders! How are you doing? How are your games? Thank you, thank you, thank you
Sorry, I
for
thought I
bringing
read
your
it up.
commute over. Much appreciated.
That's my bad.
If you also need to raid and run and do some after stream self-care, please feel free. Take care of yourself. Get a snack, get a glass of water, stretch, do what you need to do to de-stream after stream. And that includes everyone who came over at the raid. If you need to take a rest as well, please feel free. But I appreciate it coming over with the raid. No!
You bought it, Cam? Look at me being a DBD creator, you guys. Oh,
No! I got kicked out again.
I'm
What
gonna
in the
reset my
world?
game.
Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna close mine down too. It's like, why? I'm gonna lurk because I have to eat some late dinner, but I hope you. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you for the lurk. Thank you for bringing your community over. Much appreciated. Hi, if you don't know me, I'm simply Aretha. I'm an Indigenous filmmaker, content creator, and streamer. I do play a lot of games, but on Mondays I usually play DBD. I'm currently playing with Lennon Bradshaw and Hey Yeti
Everybody see this
and
live
a
chat?
few other people as well.
Like if I was to comment in it.
But yeah, thank you for the lurk. The live chat where?
The one we're in. Like the text message chat. Good night, Nikki. Thanks for being here.
Okay, in the room that you're in. Okay. No, mine says messages failed to load. Try again.
Oh, okay. When's the hot ones? On Saturday. Mixed unit?
No.
Saturday night. I need to get the hot sauce tomorrow. It's actually Bianca is like the one that I know. I don't think I know anybody else that's in it.
In the which one?
Hot ones.
Hmm.
Okay, see Eddie and Aretha cannot invite you.
No, mine says you're in the menus.
Oh. Can you try now?
Yeah, it says you're in menus. Why is DVD being discriminatory?
You join your lobby? Oh, I see you exited out and get back in. Okay.
Okay. I mean, why? What? What in the world is happening? Okay. I closed it. I'm gonna open it one more time.
Minx, do you like Arc Raiders? I know you're playing it, right? Eddie?
Oh, what's happening? Everyone's crashing. What happened?
Yeah, I can't even reconnect anymore.
Is Steam down? What the heck?
Again? Oh, there we go.
Well, Eddie's muted, so I don't know if Eddie has internet or not.
There we go. Able to request.
You requested?
Yeah, I requested to join you.
I didn't see it. Try again.
Okay. No,
Yeah, I don't.
it's grayed out again now. Oh, there we go. There. Invitation rejected. How rude, right? DVD is like DVDing.
They really said. Okay. Eddie's joining again. I see Aretha. Invite Aretha to the party. There's that. Wait for Eddie to come back, and then. We get links in here when the time comes.
I pressed accept. Why is that? Okay. Server connection, some social features may be unavailable. What? Is Steam down?
Maybe. Says you left party. You're not even in the party.
Everything I click on tells me there's a connection error.
We can always play a couple matches of Rivals. I was gonna do a short stream anyways because I was gonna watch TV with Eddie.
Whatever works. I'm down, vibing.
I'll do a couple games of Rivals.
It's my holiday. Sure. Yeah.
Wait.
I don't mind.
All right.
Looks like
Eddie, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here now.
Looks like DVD hates us. Apparently.
Did your internet go out?
No, I got a connection loss. Let's go get water.
Oh. Well, divas.
Mm-hmm.
Guess it's Rivals time.
DVD said, no more.
It kind of sucks because that's the second day that I've been trying to play. DVD.
Well,
Okay, I'm gonna make a Sammy while my game loads. Well, it loads up. Shader shade. Hello? Oh.
Doo-doo. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. DVD seems to be having so many issues recently. I don't really know why.
Are we ready?
I think so.
Yes. What are you trying to say? That we're a cheater? My friend Roger said DVD is kicking out the cheaters.
You'll need a top-notch team.
And I was like, are you calling me a cheater?
Wait, what?
Whoa.
He's joking.
But is it, oh, it's not actually kicking out the cheaters?
No, no. So if you can't get in, oh my god, Zed, I'm banning you. Oh shit. What am I getting me today?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. Has the powers of just a regular squirrel.
Your ceremonial garb is truly stunning. A perfect look for this year's Hellfire
We
Gala.
banning tonight, nice.
I did not travel between dimensions to dance. I came to fight.
Don't worry, the gala always has plenty of.
Is it me? Am I the drama? I don't think I'm the
Battle
drama.
starts in 5.
Maybe I am. Am I the villain? I don't think I'm the villain. Is it me?
You have to from securing the mission area.
Travel tip. With the right credit card, interdimensional trips get crazy extra miles.
Look who's here.
Someone scratch my back.
Hi, JK, how are you?
I'll patch you up.
The enemy has arrived.
Thanks.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Oh! Oh, they got me that time.
Oh.
I unleash the Vishanti's power!
Sweet creature.
We're back, right, Tippy Toe?
You get a web, and you get a web, and you get a web. Armor pack here. Hey.
You need to
Ow.
stop that vehicle in its tracks.
It's gonna froze me.
Ultra Rage Supreme!
Watch me saw! Better stop that vehicle! Presents!
Don't mind me. I'm just dying. Hey, Teeny! Enjoy the amplifier! Fucking hell no! Feel the wrath of the goddess! Ultron's wasted. I want the
I just got solo ulted by someone.
I got her.
Damn it. Oh, I got revived.
Double kill!
You're welcome. Don't mind me. I'm just
Oh, shoot.
You stop them in their tracks! They've made it halfway! Stop them!
Is it me? Am I the drama? I don't think I'm the drama.
Hi, Jungly.
Maybe I am. Am I the villain? I don't think I'm the villain. Is it me?
Follow the enemy. You are nothing. Feel the wrath of the goddess.
Oh, look at that. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh shit, I hit the wall. Oh, that was so dumb. My scrolls fell off the map. I hit the wall and it bounced. Ah. Oh shit. Hi Jungly, how are you?
Oh my god, is that Jungly the rest?
Mm-hmm. Good. We just switched over to Marvel Rivals because DBD said we weren't allowed to play over there anymore.
You get a weapon. You get a weapon. You get a weapon.
DBD was DBDing, right?
Better stop that vehicle! Double KO! Don't give them another inch! Or else.
Feel the wrath of the
Oh no. Oh no. Up.
By the eye of
I am ready to. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Wow, they threw all the ults.
At the end, yeah. Someone getting mad because I played someone new.
In quick play.
Right.
Why are we playing Rocket into Phoenix too?
What did you say?
I said, why are we playing Rocket when we have a Phoenix against us too?
Right.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Domination!
I'm down to try Rogue if everybody is okay with that.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's fine.
If this game had proxy chat, well, Diva,
Who are you
I would
calling
love
a
to introduce
raccoon,
you to. I'll chat. Anyways.
I'm a good guy who occasionally takes stuff that doesn't belong to him.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You intrigue me. I have never encountered an enemy forged from metal.
I am not familiar with that designation.
Demons. And where I come from, they are made of flesh and bone.
To be fair, I could say the same.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
This Celestial may have come crashing down, but at least it got the Milano flying again.
You know what to do, spiders?
Nice working with you, kid.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys. Namor's brought in some sweet reinforcements. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
You're welcome. Appreciate the boost. I'll patch you up. My good deed for the day. You're ready for action.
I'm counting on you, buddy. Namor's brought in some sneaky reinforcements.
Well, okay.
Oh, yeah, next up.
Yeah, what an upgrade. You're ready for action. Team player, that's me.
Us against the world.
That fucking hurts. I'll patch you up.
Oh!
You ain't got rid of me yet.
Ultra Ring Supreme.
The mission area is yours.
We earned this.
Enemy tagged. Follow them.
Yeah, what an upgrade.
Watch
I'll
me
patch you up.
soar.
See, I'm fucking helpful.
Thanks.
Armored up.
Extra strength ultimate.
Many.
Taking it all.
I'll patch you up. Team player. This is real firepower.
Way to go, spider.
I'll patch you
You
up.
captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Look what just pulled out of the ocean.
Nice working with you, kid.
Whoever they are.
You're ready for action.
I'll get you next time.
Damn it, never
hard to learn, but she's fun.
Team play. That's me. Someone scratch my back. You are nothing. Ready for edge. Namor called it back.
Oh! Wow. Wow.
You ain't got rid of me yet.
I'm counting on you, friends.
Armored up.
Anyone out there? Need some healing.
You're ready for edge. Co-op time.
Us against the world. Systems restart.
I'll patch you up.
God.
This is real firepower.
Your team's captured.
Ow. Angela, would you get off me? Oh. Ah.
Control lost.
Someone scratch my back.
Hello, welcome Raiders. Hi, Miss Riz. Hi, how are you? Oh my God, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, how are you? What were you playing?
She's definitely a learning curve.
What were you playing? Let me see. Oh, Ultimate Theater Simulator. What is that? How was DBD and how was Arbus? Okay. DBD was good. And then we started having issues and we kept getting disconnected. Then we couldn't even invite each other. Like, DBD was DBDing. So we decided we're going to play a few matches of Rivals.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
So it's pretty good. I'm playing with,
That's some
London.
serious tech you're wearing there.
This fucking dagger is taking that way too seriously. But I get it.
Travel across the universe for love, and we still couldn't get away from the fighting.
Oops, sorry. Miss Riz says, hi, London.
4, 3,
Did Miss Riz raid you?
2,
Yeah.
1. All you need
Tell
to
that
do is
bitch to get
capture the
in here
mission
and play
area.
with us.
Got it?
Go play!
My disciples, and behold the future.
Also, hi.
I said, that's not how you ask, London.
Sorry, mommy.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
I am strengthened.
No. Oh.
Armor pack's here. Hey up. I'll patch you up. Us against the world. Someone scratch my back.
Those squids will haunt my nightmares.
Jesus. Butcher. Ooh, you gonna come play?
That's 3.
Oh, I'm gonna get some revenge.
But while we're in here, hi everyone, welcome in Raiders. Hi, if you don't know me, my name is simply Aretha. I'm an Indigenous filmmaker, content creator, and streamer. I do play a variety of games. I was playing DBD earlier. I usually play DBD on Mondays. But DBD was kind of giving us issues today, so.
My good deed for the day.
But yeah, I play Marvel Rivals. I play just I'm all over the place, really.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
But I appreciate the raid. Appreciate you bringing your community over. Jesus. Can we? I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna get out of here. Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna get out of here. I was hunted down.
I just got bullied the house down blue.
Yeah, I got like tackled by like 2 tanks, and I'm like, I don't know. I needed that aggression, you know, in my life. Like,
Right.
it's like I'm just a little raccoon.
Remind me never to go swimming again. You're ready for This is real firepower.
Oh my god. Mm-hmm.
This is a nice spot.
Oh shit. Just the you guy.
Good job, y'all. Good job.
Namor is like trying to attack me. I don't appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Those squids will haunt my nightmares.
I'll patch you up.
You are nothing! I take everything!
You're ready for X.
Oh my goodness.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Let's do that again sometime. That woke me up.
Still got an edge.
Wow.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Got 4 kills. Why is quick play so much sweatier than
I don't know. Maybe they forget that they're in quick play?
Very
like that person who was like, oh my god, what are 7k heals on Ultron? I'm like, girl, put me in DPS. If it wasn't for, it was Eddie who realized that I'm an actual DPS player.
Oh. What made Eddie think that?
Eddie?
Because whenever I felt like they were more comfortable, like
Mhm.
with Scarlet, Star-Lord too. You had your games, Star-Lord. There was one I felt like one was getting your moments whenever they were in DPS. And some MVPs too.
I can drop like 40 plus kills on Scarlet Witch.
Oh wow.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Ugh.
Oh, Iron Man too.
Oh yeah, Iron Man.
I guess it just makes me always wonder, like, how do people pick mains? Is it because they're good at something, or is it because they like the characters?
I definitely like Scarlet Witch. I definitely like. I think Iron Man was very. It was like something that I could think about doing, you know, and be good at. Like the skill set that I maintained as Iron Man was something that I was into. Do you want to go DPS or healer?
I can go healer.
I didn't always love my powers.
30 seconds before you attack.
It was Iron Man was my first DPS, and then someone Newt taught me how to like really maximize my usage of Scarlet Witch. So then I had practiced a lot, you know, and then just became like really good at her.
Animals? I wish I could do that.
Yeah, all you have to do is listen.
And it got me to gold. And
The battle starts in 5.
Sorry, we're talking about
4,
cooking, and then I
3,
realized that
2,
I'm actually very excited because Cam in my chat just said you should go to a thrift store and look for a crock
Performing
pot.
for royalty isn't really my style.
Because I don't want to buy a new crock pot, you know?
Love a crock pot.
Yeah, I really want to make like crock pot food. I've been watching a lot of
Strong together.
Oh my god.
Oh, I saw that.
I was worried.
Running away.
Ah, shoot. I got it. Yeah, there's a. I was trying to leave. Oh, I hate how they like, she like pulls you in.
Double KO! Uh-oh! The other team is extracting those resources!
oh, plug it in, make sure it works. Ooh, that's just...
I like the cold.
Oh my god.
Oh.
What is, can we get rid of her?
Stay by web.
Jesus.
Stay by web.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, stop that.
I like the cold.
You're like, yeah.
Systems restored.
I don't have to be sent to stage. I'm hurt.
Jesse.
Oh,
The other team is ready to rumble. Great job. You're loading up on resources.
Thanks.
Looks like resources are running low. Get ready to find another available area.
Nice.
Nice raise.
That was hot.
I saw that. I said, oh, that.
Did you see that? I thought I missed her, but apparently I didn't. Oh. Eddie, are you DC? You seem to be running in a spot. shit. No! Oh! I just used my freeze. Keep asking questions, Reach, but it feels like it's getting extra podcasts this week. Did you listen to my newest podcast?
Uh-oh. The other team is extracting those resources. I suck.
That's better.
They're halfway to victory. Don't let them get more resources.
Oh, Widow, please.
A nice deep freeze. I appreciate you. Resources are nearly tapped out here too. Sorry.
Oh shit.
I was worried.
Blow up.
I don't have to be center stage.
Fantastic. The rubble phase is about to begin.
No! Oh.
Oh my god. I don't know what God, but I stole someone's power. Oh my god!
Pulse charge. Fire.
Oh, it's
I don't have to be great job. You're loading up on resources.
That's a bad job, thanks.
What is with this?
rigged.
Oh.
Target neutralized. I'm back in the fight.
Uh-oh. The other team is extracting those resources. Plasma?
Enemies on approach.
Never nice seeing a tree fall. A nice deep freeze. Great job. You're loading up on resources.
Haha, no.
I'll get you next time. Rumble speed enhanced. Oh, you've almost clinched the win.
Do I throw like a ball? Please, my heart.
Good news. You've stockpiled half the resources you need to win. I appreciate you.
Oh my god.
Blow up.
That hurts me up.
A nice deep freeze. Rumble speed is climbing fast.
Well, look who's up to no good.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Sniper, we're in their sights. It's a
I have to go back to Eddie.
epic victory.
You know what I want to do? I just like don't want to tell people on Twitch what I want to do. I know what my niche should be.
That was my first resource
Alright, we're
rumble
talking
match.
about-
Hmm?
Did you like it? Laughing.
Oh no, sorry. Miss Riss said that was my first resource. Rumble.
Very fair.
So, what were you talking about?
I wanna. Sorry, that sounded weird. I want to get into sex work a little bit. I don't know if your chat is the type of chat that. Hi, Eddie.
Hey.
Have that conversation. May you join for a few? Sure. We can talk about it later if your chat's not that kind of conversation.
Well, it's not something that I would normally talk about, but sex work is work. That's, yeah.
Happy birthday. Yeah, you're totally fine. Okay, we're going in with a 6-stack. Oh, Miss Riz is here.
Ooh.
Hey, Riz.
So sweaty.
Hey, Riz.
It's gonna be sweaty, y'all. We're going into a 6-stack.
I finished eating. I figured y'all didn't want to hear me going all in your ear.
Maybe it would. Maybe it would.
Oh, let me go get another
ASMR.
plate.
Maybe, yes. Speaking of sex work, yeah, chewing in my ear. Really, people will pay for that.
Right?
ASMR.
They'll pay for anything.
Find out, because I got student
Here he is, the one and only winner of the Gemini Croquette contest.
Are you letting this go unpaid?
Yeah. My job pays like $100 a month.
Oh. But your job pays for your student loans?
Yeah, well, they pay like $100 a month on it.
Whoa, that's cool.
Oh my god, I don't have to fight for Rogue.
Are we attacking or defending?
Attacking.
We're attacking. Awesome.
Okay.
I'm vibing. Shift.
30 seconds before you attack. Get
Is it
ready.
Bonita?
You know, they're going well. We were playing DBD earlier. Let's see. I'm gonna go.
Hey, don't ever call Tippy Toe a pet, okay? She's my best friend.
They're going good. They're going good. We switched to normal rivals because DBD was not treating us very well, and also we kept getting kicked out at the end. I mean, it worked very well, but then yeah, we switched to Marvel Rivals after because yeah, DBD wasn't working.
Ain't exactly the kind of place you'd have a romantic picnic anymore.
We've got trouble.
A little help, please. Help. So cold.
Rest easy, Ben. You've earned it.
Oh, there's a machine.
Oh,
oh god, I got it.
Oh.
I don't know how to play this one.
Okay. Okay, Magic Bomb.
This is like my second time playing.
This is real firepower.
Maybe physics? Of course you do.
Oh, Jesus! Only logged in for PP. Yeah. Oh, Hawkeye's the one who took me out. Yeesh.
Uh-oh.
Fucking way. Ooh, I got jumped.
What's the rocket saying?
That shark?
What am I?
Oh, get over here.
Scissor?
Oh. I think someone's here.
My favorite damage never falls.
Rest easy, Ben.
Behold that child!
Yeah. Oh.
go back to MI again. Why are they right at our butt? Hello.
Mhm. I don't know why you said that.
Oh, this one.
Get her.
Clean it up, Minx.
I need to burn down this damn sheet.
Shields up.
I need to burn it down.
Get him. Oh, get that damn man.
Dead.
Oh god.
There's a rat up there.
Okay, and
No.
Oh my god, not me punching his life out.
oh god.
Ow! Ow! Lee, what in the world?
Where is she going? Put Bob in
Bye. Bye, rat.
Yeah, the thing's kind of fun. I'm a right quick thing.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
On its journey.
What am I? Invisible? I'm easy picking.
Okay.
Oh, they lost someone. That's why they're losing someone.
As expected.
Okay. I pushed him back.
Did they hear we were?
Sorry, Undefeated trying to kill me.
Were they?
And he said, alright, Lemon's gone. We got this. I can't say.
Ah. Jesus, do you mind?
I can aim.
Dracula himself could stop us now.
My heart. My ears.
God damn it, Anna Marie.
No, I tried to get to the healing.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Don't worry, guys.
No. Ah. Damn it, get away from me. Ah. Damn it.
Double KO. That's 3.
Alright. It's time to get sweaty.
Cosmic flame.
I bring out Cam's favorite hammer, the
Rose.
Rose.
Anyone willing to help? Cosmic flame.
Oh, got it. Jump.
I was just starting to accelerate.
This is real firepower!
Oh yeah, get that vehicle moving again.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I was like, no.
I was about to like okay, magic.
Oh,
A little demon kids.
God, Rose has it out for me.
3. Wow, 4 in a
Capture Diamond
row.
Farm. She wants your emotion.
Only 60 seconds left.
Yes.
Right?
I gotta hear it.
We can't afford to slow down now.
Tell me, noble beast. They protected the sacred forest.
Armed and dangerous!
queen.
30 seconds.
Oh,
Jesus.
What is it? What is this? Oh my god. I'm trying. She flipped me on my back.
I wish you wouldn't.
Double KO.
I'm scared.
Oh, she wanted me so.
I don't know where to go.
You'll have to keep
Oh,
fighting
Dad.
until we have a winner.
Come back.
They finally got us.
What am I?
Oh my god.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Wow, that was rude of them. I'm gonna tell them. Rude. Nasty. Take a shower.
You know, I didn't want to win that round anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna tell them that too. We didn't want to win.
We had new people join the party. That's a connection test.
Yeah.
The connection test. The way that no one's talking. Bots?
Oh.
Not we lost the bots.
Bots.
Oh, wow. Oh.
Whoa, not too much.
Wow. No one asked you for your opinion.
Damn, we can't joke.
I thought this was a safe
I packed up the
space.
car. Chris, how was
Wow,
stream?
you're gonna be mean to a disabled person?
There you go. You feel terrible.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
I go fire again. I'm enjoying tank. Don't tell anybody.
Whoa.
Whoa.
You're big.
You're big.
I know, I was talking about doing feeder streams.
Maybe I'll DPS more. I was having fun.
Being a superhero is 30 seconds before you attack.
Right?
Ready? Now that was stressful.
I'm practicing my DPS
When I see someone
skills.
with powers like yours,
Shut
I think,
up.
wow. I mean, how can I compare?
Wait, hold on.
Don't compare. You just spread your.
Oh, you need. Okay, hold on. I'm scared.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Before they
Got
do
it?
Nice before ice.
Yeah. I said before and I was like, oh wait, I'm not playing a DPS. I was gonna say before I shoot them, but that's not necessarily my role here.
Scared.
Do you have a Hella?
Our adversaries gather.
Anyone willing to help?
Andy needs help.
I'm so sorry.
Get me out, get me out, get me out.
Animal.
You have a Spider-Man?
Oh.
They have an Iron Fist.
Ah!
Trying to keep.
They have all the annoying little guys.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god. There's a rock on me. Ah!
There was a rock
It's
and
not
a
a
spider
rock,
on you.
Joy.
It was
It's
not
Mount
fun.
Vesuvius. Pompeii over here.
Oh,
This place is worth a good look.
Is it Spider-Man back there? What-
yes.
There he is.
No.
Annoying little.
Oh, why are you singling me out? Jesus.
I got you.
He's almost dead. He was almost dead. He was almost dead. He's
I
dead.
got him. I got him.
You got it. You got it.
Auto aim for the win.
I like, there was a whole group of people there and they singled me out. Damn it.
Oh my god. Oh, I got it. Somebody said we have to run.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Your team's capture progress has passed
Bitch, I wasn't done talking to you.
Yeah, it's so close to death.
Hey, what the
God,
hell?
away from
Get
me.
me!
Come here, Gambit. You fucking little gambling addict.
And you're my bisexual.
What is it? I got your girl. You next.
Bullied! I'm getting bullied! I'm getting
Yeah, 'cause
bullied!
you went too far
Mhm.
up.
Yeah, I was trying to get the gambling addict. Bisexual. Yeah, run away. Spider-Man is literally walking on point with you guys.
Ay, ay, ay.
Ow!
Oh,
Wow.
Anna Marie.
Wow.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Bubble, bubble, damn it.
That felt targeted.
I count a few too many of them. We have to stand strong.
Oh, not me ulting.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Control lost.
Ooh, thank you for that. We're going this way. Where's this take you? Oh shit.
Oh, we're going this way?
Oh shit. Ah! Did this Spider-Man get off me already? Nope.
I'm so mad at
This thing is it's like just wants to be my friend, and I just
You'll die, ma'am. You'll die, ma'am.
I murdered the twink.
My hero.
Control seized.
Nice.
There we go.
I soloed Alton. She did not want to die. She's kind of kicking at the other healer, so I assaulted her. I'm a bully.
Hey. Quad.
I'm staying in this world. I'm so sorry.
That's so
If that man is coming.
Spider-Man above.
Up, yep, I see him already flying around.
Hold on, moving it, moving it.
The area's almost yours.
Okay, I believe you. Goodbye. Oh, I see you. Ooh.
Get back here, twink.
But you leave me alone.
Hi, everyone. Get out of here! Go home to your Anna Marie.
You'll have to keep fighting until
Seriously.
you win.
Twink.
That's right, leave. Don't come back.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yippee!
I think I'm gonna be a bad girlfriend and go grab.
Oh, my tail? Yeah, it's super warm and is very handy in combat.
Are they hot Cheetos?
They're Cheeto Puffs. Just regular Cheeto Puffs.
Oh. Yes.
30 seconds before you attack.
It's easier to
Get
ask for
ready.
forgiveness than permission.
You are Midgard's goddess of sword.
Yeah, like, is he gonna like yell at you for eating his Cheetos?
I mean, he can do that. Not like I can.
I'm just a girl, and these are just my fruits.
I was looking for like he could try to kill me. See the light of day after that.
Proud to call a squirrel my ally.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I don't know what the door guy
I'll
did.
just try. I'll just go to the grocery store. That'd be great.
What am I? Invisible?
Spider-Man's behind there again. Trying to.
Don't mess with the amazing.
Oh my god! Damn, Spider-Man.
The
Damn.
area is yours to capture now. Capture the mission area.
Jumper.
Don't hurt, Spider-Man's coming for it. Algonquin's coming for it.
I I am ready to put on a show.
I should get so far back.
Literally,
hello.
shut the fuck up. No one cares.
Thank you.
I'll say bully.
How you're frozen?
Twink here somewhere. I see the twink.
Oh. Nope.
Ah, I got snowballed.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Where's that damn Spider-Man?
What the fuck is that twink?
He's over here.
I like how all of y'all looking for him.
He's like soul ulted me a couple times, like just rude. Trying to backline the whole time.
It feels like me.
Asgard's might.
Like, where are they pushing at?
I did not mean to do that in their spawn. Get me out of here! Get me out of here!
Oh god.
Bye. Oh, you.
Damn it, never fall!
Oh, cool.
Ah!
There's all the way back there. It's fine.
Okay.
Ah!
Spider-Man.
Ah! Sorry.
Getting away.
I started jumping. Ah,
Oh my god!
behind me. I missed her.
I am ready to put on a show. Shields up.
Ah!
Oh my god.
Is Hella still here? What's going on?
Don't mess with the amazing
Nope.
Bye.
Shut up.
Oh, I love a shield.
Don't mess with
Solo
you!
ult again. Solo ult somebody again.
Look at his body.
So this is what I want to see. This is what I want to see. Boom.
business. Enemy tag.
I think that portal too.
They just portal.
Oh!
They don't have a strange. What do you mean?
Rude! Oh!
I got you.
Us against the world.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Oh, they have a thorn. They have 3 tanks?
Healer down. I'm bored. Hey, Gambit!
I am Asgard's
Hey.
might.
They have 3 tanks.
Yippee!
Yippee!
I won a score! It's the greatest I'll ever get. This is so cute. Oh my god. Minx, can you stop getting cute skins? What the fuck?
It's not my fault. It's their fault.
I know. Wait, where do we get these? Is it the store? Oh, festive throwback.
Those KO.
Yeah.
And final hits.
Ooh.
I need this rocket skin.
Alright, time to gamble.
How are you gambling? Where are you gambling at?
In the door?
In the
The
store?
squirrel thingy? The nut thing?
Oh, God, nuts for gifts?
Yeah.
If they don't give me my damn squirrel skin,
Where do I do that?
That's what I'm saving all my gold nuts for.
In events.
Mm-hmm.
What do I do?
Hey.
Yeah, you gotta hit the gingerbread cookies.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, you have to go premium to get the golden ones, but the regular.
You can get Gooner Bucky.
Okay, purple tokens.
Tinseltail.
Oh, I got the Iron Fist skin.
Unstable molecules, okay.
I'm kicking off Rivals Day by coming to
Oh
Earth.
wow, this skin looks really cute for Magneto. I'm gonna equip this shit. Holy shit. Let's get the skin. Winter Herald.
Gotta get all the redeems. I don't even play this character.
Who don't you play?
Ultron.
Um,
I was like, what's his name?
You know,
Very few people play Ultron.
I tried.
I really suck with anyone who's a flyer. Like, I wish, like, I want to be like good with Storm, like, so bad. It's just so hard.
The flying throws me off. So.
Yeah, half the time I'm like trying to go down, I'm going up, and when I'm trying to go up, I go down, and I'm like, I just can't.
If it's up, then it's stuck.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can do like, I know that Miss Rich just got here, but I can do like 2 more, maybe?
Oh, that's
And then Eddie, we can watch some TV or relax the rest of the night.
Okay.
Eddie's gonna watch the first episode of Welcome to Derry tonight.
Ooh.
And bitch, was that a roller coaster to be honest.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I will say that theme song though gets stuck in your head.
Try it. No.
Okay.
Do it.
Who are we doing?
I'm not doing greatest tank, but whatever. Gotta keep learning.
Eat nuts and
I'm just trying to lord
It's
Emma.
a piece of cake compared to being
I know
Luke
someone's
Cage's
so close to
nanny.
lording her as
Now
well.
that was stressful.
I'm about 700 away, less than.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. Look at us.
There's an achievement if you
Scarlet here?
disturb fruits.
This is haute couture,
Go for
darling.
it.
Designed by Jumbo.
Makes
Already
me
got
wonder.
it.
I'll film.
Oh, my costume.
Do I play
just
cozy
kinda
games?
came with my powers.
Yeah, I play Resident Evil.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Our foes have found us.
Oh my god, Jess!
What am I?
No, you wanted to show us a suit!
He got burned. Oh, I'm sorry. That's my bad. bit aggressive, I feel.
That
Get this
was
rat.
a bit aggressive.
This mammal. Get the mammal. Get back here. How did you get healed? I love it. Not this so hard.
Oh god.
Spectre's toy is out.
Oh, okay. He hasn't.
Clearly, you needed some
Hey,
help.
Jeff. My baby. Dagger's away.
Wait, how cute I want to
Oh god. Fuck the moon.
Where's this hero?
They're up in the sky.
Oh. He's low.
Anyways, let's go.
Yeah. Let's get that vehicle to its destination.
Can you get the fuck off point? That magic, not the magic, the invisible or cloak and dagger immediately protected instead of protecting when I got off. Oh, fault.
Yeah, look at him being a weirdo.
Some uninvited guests.
Careful, he's right behind us.
Hi.
They're all
Flaccid, flaccid.
I hate Moon Knight.
I need healing.
I just got bullied off the cliff.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
The moon haunts
That was
you.
cool.
This Groot has a vendetta against me.
Do you know how we deal with that, Riz? The same way we dealt with that, I got it. Riz, you
Can't see the
bitch.
wall.
I need to
what's her name? Adam?
Magic Ankh?
Or White Adam?
No, he switched. He switched to a different melee character.
Oops, I didn't mean to put him up here. That's my bad. Oh my god.
I got it.
Take that, excuse
Oh
me.
my god. Don't look at me.
Let me find out.
Why is that perception is so off?
This Daredevil is one to breathe.
I can feel the magic.
One to four.
Destroy these hunks as soon as you see them.
What am I? Invisible?
The moon.
He does it so fast.
Oh, not me walking right back into it.
Oh.
Like I just died from it. How did you have it already?
I didn't even like that shit. Wild.
Double KO. Right, tippy toe. You're ready. Here come the bad guys.
Oh my god. Daredevil got his second kill.
Let the devil out.
Damn, that's got it up.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Just look away.
Me? I was in the corner.
Ooh, mistakes were made. Mistakes were made.
Sorry, you made this mess, Spectre.
I need to do this.
Shields up.
I'm so sick of you.
Perfect hex. Triple KO. That's it, BG. You got this. I appreciate you.
Go for the chasing.
Don't turn back now.
Oh, wrong way.
Begins. Enemy tag. All of them.
Oh God!
Are you talking to me?
Double KO! Hey, Kronk, get that vehicle moving again!
Oh my god.
Come here.
Die.
I appreciate you.
Every death is just a damn damn.
What am I?
Oh
Invisible?
god.
They look like they mean business. Out of sight.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Damn it!
How are you not dead? So annoying. Get out.
Excuse me, giant noble girl spirit. Can we move a teensy bit faster?
Did you drop something nice?
Only 60 seconds left. Us against the world!
The moon haunts
I really just love to combo that.
Oh, the I am Groot and the.
They're definitely a duo, at least.
Double KO! Down to 30 seconds. Get that vehicle moving again.
We're out of time.
Shields up! Excuse me, giant noble turtle spirit. You better all listen to me! Final 10 seconds!
Let's get a show when you're done with this.
Dragon until we have a winner.
Ouch!
Double KO!
Mad 'cause I killed you. Mad I killed you earlier. Okay, I will be too.
Oh, this Daredevil.
This art is priceless. I must have it.
Well, you can't expect
Well,
Let me set up real quick and take a stretch break. Y'all yell to people in chat about the chat that we're
I hate that man.
KM what?
Are they okay?
Why is it always the person who's like not the best on the team is usually the one talking trash like in the comms after, or in the chat after.
Ooh, my thing got
Illusion.
you. Got my squirrel skin, yay!
It's so good.
That's we're ready.
Oh my god, Chrono It's lovely.
Ugh. Is this Magneto?
Who was complaining about being a lord for nothing?
The one that was
Yeah,
negative
that
for most of the match.
Mm-hmm.
Do I get this just so I can get the Gooner Bucky skin that I don't play? You know, I'm trying to get everyone to have at least one cute skin. So
You know, I got one thing for Luna, and I was like, oh, I'm never gonna play Luna. I tried her once, and it just wasn't that great. And then because I'm like, I lorded almost, like, I've kind of been on this thing where I've been lording a lot of my healers, and I was like, I guess I'll try her. So now I'm like, oh, I think I get her now, and I'm glad I got the skin.
What's the gold skin this season? I forget.
for which one?
It's not a skin, right? What is it when you reach gold?
You'll need a
right.
top-notch team to win this one.
I do.
Not here again.
Is the new Jeff mode fun? Did they fix it?
Is it the paint the town red one? Or the
Yeah.
winter one?
Platoon.
Really? Oh, we're Resource Rumble.
Yeah. Oh, Wanda.
I will.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I'm Luna Snow.
Yep.
Like the
Makes not this emote in my chat.
달빛의
please.
피어나.
I think it's nice. Don't like him.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ready to capture the available area and extract some goodies? Let's go!
Ooh, is that the Christmas outfit? Ah, it's so
Angela! Oh, they have the Gooner
The
Bucky.
original couple on the team.
The other team is extracting those resources.
Wow, Thor. Wow.
I've still got songs to sing.
Okay, I don't know what he was thinking.
I sang
Oh.
you poor sweet child.
Run away.
That's better.
Help. Help. There's a lesbian on me. Oh.
Ow! Angela! Jesus!
The other team is ready to rumble.
Halt! Again! Again!
A nice deep freeze.
Again!
Oh, get me.
Looks like resources.
Okay. Where was it?
I'm dying.
They're halfway to victory. Don't let them get more resources.
In the ground.
Systems restart.
Oh. Can't be please.
There's no one offline, so we can easily just like, go
I
around.
don't have to be center stage.
You know what? Whoever killed me, I took you out with me ugly.
All gone.
You come here. Come here, Molly. Wait.
Uh-oh. The other team is extracting those resources. Thanks so much.
Where's A?
Ow.
Ow. Angela won't leave me alone. Get away from me.
Oh my God, she wants me so bad.
Jesus! No! No! Help me!
I am being chased down by a buck white man. Oh no!
Oh, would you stop?
Stick around! Target neutralized.
Great job. You're loading up on resources.
Oh God.
We got trouble. What am I?
Yeah, we're staggering. We need to keep that.
Uh-oh. The other team is extracting those resources.
Dead?
They're getting closer to victory.
Damn it!
Yeah, run away, billion.
What do I hit next?
I'm making a comeback. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
I'm on my way back.
Armed and dangerous!
I didn't like that, but
Can't expect to win them all.
I hate that.
You can't like that.
You can't win. You can't end on a. You can't leave on a loss.
And Karen.
Ooh, Midtown.
Sunday.
Oh, well, guess what time it is?
Is it? Rocket,
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Rocket time.
Okay.
Who are you calling a raccoon,
Got it.
huh?
I haven't healed in a while.
Just say it. There's nothing I can't fix.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The time has come to call on ancient forces to aid us in this battle.
Oh, I always wanted to learn magic. Timmy-Jo loves a good card trick.
The spells I have mastered are not for novices. They are fueled by pure chaos.
You want pure chaos?
The battle starts in 5,
Oh god.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I was texting. Oh no.
Spider beacon in service.
This
This looks like a gig for the Guardians of the Galaxy. You're ready for that?
I suppose that helps.
My good keys for the day.
Systems restart.
The mutant rat shows her true colors.
You're welcome.
Them flying damage.
I'm counting on you, friends.
Double on you.
I'll patch
Wow.
Just dying.
Wow.
There's an Iron Fist here somewhere.
You're ready for action.
I suppose
that helped.
See, I'm fucking helpful. I'll patch you up.
Reloading.
See, I'm fucking helpful.
Who gave me this awesome shield?
Your powers are mine.
You expect everybody needs a hand sometimes.
You're welcome.
Ooh, bubble.
Team play. That's me. This is real firepower.
Where'd you go?
Oh. This feels bullying. This feels like bullying. And they're not
Why?
bad.
Because we're good at something?
No, I think we all need it.
Matchmaking, it's not
We needed those.
We are
We needed those.
undefeatable! Whoever they are, they don't look friendly.
You're ready
God.
for action.
Ooh.
Sisters, we start.
They got my nest. They got my nest.
See, I'm fucking helpful.
Oh, can someone help me get
Turn
this
around, Punisher,
Psylocke in
turn
the
around,
back line?
Punisher.
You're welcome.
You have a Psylocke?
Psylocke in the back line. Yep. Psylocke in the back line on me.
Oh,
Okay.
Where'd you go?
how are you healing?
I am much better now.
Judge, jury,
Like how? No one's healing you.
Thanks.
I can have
Oh, Thunder. There we go.
Oh!
No!
Damn.
Damn. The one that made loaded one is 0 to 4.
What have you watched me play?
beholds the god of thunder.
So upset.
Don't mind me.
Shoot, get off me! Lady! Please! Ah!
Oh no, I can't see you.
Oh!
Okay, sure.
Watch it again.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Where's your Dawn? Ooh! You guys are good.
I'll patch you up.
Oh, I need heals, please.
I'm dead.
No worries.
I am much better now. Only 60 seconds left.
Double.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. Touch of healing.
Oh my god!
Render me assistance.
Right. Right.
There's Squirrel Girl got me.
Move forward me.
You ain't got rid of me yet.
Alright, let's go.
Oh, they pushed me out of it. Oh my god, he's a freak.
Where are you? Oh, Loki.
Beholds the god of thunder.
Okay.
You're welcome.
So
We're so hyped. Okay,
Fast
calm
as that
down.
vehicle. They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Thank you.
Damn it!
oh,
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
This is real firepower.
Spider took down that turret.
You're ready for action.
Double one unit.
Nice working with you, kid. See, I'm fucking helpful.
One man is dead.
I appreciate you.
Oh, back along with that thing.
I'll patch you up.
Someone's got to get that damn Psylocke.
If someone doesn't help me get this fucking sushi chef back here, I'm gonna fucking
Shut
take her
up.
little knives.
Oh.
Yeah, bitch.
Yeah.
Suck my.
Wasted your ult.
Sorry.
We're so real.
She tried to solo ult me.
She really did.
Yeah,
She's like, not in a safe space. She said, not a safe space, not a safe
Whoever
space.
they are, they don't look friendly.
Oh.
I'm gonna solo ult this Thor. Thor, get out of my face. Get out of my face. Get out of my face.
Oh my
She's
god.
so annoying.
Ooh, Eddie, you want to snipe her? I'm 88.
Thor, push me on the wall.
My power is still
Oh god.
building.
Oh god. God.
I'm gonna try to hold
93.
holding it.
Oh.
I'm trying to hold it.
Thank you.
There's a bubble. I'm ulting.
That. Oh, you're right here.
We are undefeated.
How is he? Do it. Ult. Ult. Salay.
Oh, I love a shield.
This bitch is
Only 60
not
seconds
like
left.
me. Well, let me talk to her.
A shield? Well, okay.
You stop them in their tracks.
I'll patch you up.
I got it.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Hiding behind Herbie.
Your powers are
Hiding behind Herbie.
We are undefeatable.
It worked.
They're done. Yep.
Girl,
What?
if I see one more Iron Man, I'll go past you. I'm gonna fucking do this.
It like hit me like dead on.
You have to keep fighting until
Girl, walk on.
Portal.
Other portal.
Oh, they ulted him. Yeah.
Nah, it's a bad portal,
Yep,
but
that
sure.
was terrible. I just looked at the Iron Man ult and I was like, oh.
Knock the box head, please.
That is insane.
Girl, I was like, walk over my fucking nest. Walk over, bitch. Walk over. Keep walking. All of them died. I said, I'm sorry, did you guys see? While there was a little break, I was like, maybe if I connect this spider nest to this spider nest, they'll walk over it. And they walked over it, and all of them died.
Oh my god, you're MVP. All of them are just like running into it.
Wait, who's MVP? Mine?
Oh, your highlight.
Wait, I want to watch this. Is it the one at the
They all
end?
died in their ults. That's wild.
Oh yeah, this is it. This is it.
time for some
You have to say
fireworks.
Dom. That's so good.
Judge, jury, executioner.
It just wasn't your day. We are undefeatable.
And then this all going right by us.
We made quite a team.
We can't end on a win. Just kidding.
Shut up.
Wait, what did you say, Rich?
Nothing beats that Iron Man ult from yesterday. I still cackle at that.
I was gonna.
Hey.
Well, I was
Bob
gonna.
your nut.
It didn't go by everyone. It hit me. It hit me. That blast zone was me. It went past all of you and just
no.
like destroyed me.
I got the outfit.
We just bullied them.
I know.
What are you talking about?
Just a little guy.
I got the Gunnar outfit for Bucky.
I did?
I did.
Oh. So he's like screaming Gunnar over here. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, Gunnar Bucky. So exciting. That's the only one I wanted out of those.
Customizations. What is this?
Okay, I think think I'm good.
Love your
Obviously, you gonna
nut.
keep streaming?
No. I'm gonna come watch Derry.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
I'm gonna take makeup off and go to sleep.
You know what?
Game.
I'm probably gonna fall asleep watching this Dare episode.
Enjoy.
Do we want to
Okay.
raid Phoenix?
I know. Thank you for game.
I don't think Eddie's ready for the first episode, but
Ooh, yeah, sure. Let's raid Phoenix.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, let me make sure there's no other Technicolor members on, but Phoenix is my first option because I never get to raid Phoenix. Yeah, Phoenix is like the only person I really want to raid. There's this bitch named Deer.
Mm.
Oh, she's not on tonight. Should I stream tomorrow or should I go to the SpongeBob movie?
All right, everyone. We are gonna go raid. I also gotta go check in on thanks for games. Thank you, Miss Riss. Thank you for streaming and rating us. Rating on over and bringing our community. I appreciate you. Let's go over and say hi to Phoenix. Yeah. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day today. I'm gonna go watch the movies and hang out. Yeah, I am so I want some munchies. And now that you talked about like cheesies, like I have some. And I'm like, oh, that would a nice crisps pop and some cheesies sounds really good right now. So now I'm just craving for that. I didn't stream a lot last week, so I'm going to, oh, you know what? I'm gonna go just check. I didn't stream a lot last week, so I'm gonna try to make up for it this week. If I do stream anything else this week, I will probably be maybe tomorrow, possibly not Wednesday. And then I think on Friday we're gonna play some games. My God, I'm at the combination of being cold and hot at the same time. But yeah, we're gonna go raid over to Phoenix, who is currently streaming. I appreciate you all for being here. I thank you for all the raids and for all the follows. Thank you so much. And yeah, let's go over and say hi to Phoenix. And yeah, we shall see. Also, yeah, if you haven't as well, make sure you go check out my new podcast. Is this the link? No. Is that it? Apparently I don't know what the command is and or did not create a command. But if you go to nativeoriginstories.com, it is my podcast that I've been doing. And I've been interviewing people. My latest guest was Heather Boucher, who is an Indigenous fashion designer. And we talked about everything from being in the world of fashion, but also we talked about, the negatives of fast fashion, but understanding that sometimes, It's the only option for people, especially when you're plus size and trying to find things to fit and to wear that aren't, you know, extremely expensive. But yeah, so yeah, let's go over and say hi to Phoenix. Here is the raid. One is if you are a subscriber. The second one is if you are a follower. Let's go over and say hi. Please come over and share the love. And yeah, I will see you all either tomorrow and or Wednesday or Thursday. Maybe I'll stream all day this week. I don't know. I only streamed once last week, so we'll see. But I definitely will be on Friday because we're going to play some Repo, I believe. Yeah, that's the plan. Alrighty. Again, thank you for the follows. Thank you to my mods for hanging out. Thank you to my thank you for the raids. I appreciate you all, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your week and have a good holiday week. And if you have any good foods, please feel free. Next time you see me, tell me what you had to eat this week. All right, I will talk to y'all later. Goodbye.